Faint lights in the distance, the thin line that separates your shadows from my soul. As these walls begin to fold, head lost in the silence, cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. Blind eyes in the darkness, frail hands reaching out, sword echoes in the smoke as the doors behind me close. No cure for the madness, each turn tangled in the fear of losing sight of the slowly fading light. Yeah, press start on my K-cup. Think about the time you take up. While you put on your makeup, but that makeup don't hide those lies you tell. We go round and round on this carousel. I can see the signs, baby, you can spell. Being with you is H-E-L-L. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Ain't it funny how all the games played out? Like I don't know what you're doing when you stay out. Try to lock me down, I had to break out. Cause you lie, repeat, rewind, retweet, then act like those that you see on TV. Ha, what a crying shame, with a body on that frame and a half a brain. Damn.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to yet another ECS stream. And today we've got some exciting matchups for you. And this is going to be your very first matchup, a double header this evening. We're starting with a Contenders matchup between the Last Resort and Team Manic. For this evening, I'm going to be one of your two hosts, Whippet, and joining me on the other side of the virtual caster desk is Grissom.
Hello, how are you doing today, Whippet?
I'm doing fantastic, as per always. I get to cast some Siege, and, well, we're not going to Oregon first map, but that's a little spoiler for things to come, but I'm very excited. And, of course, it's always a pleasure just to get up and, I've got lots of casts with you in the recent weeks, and, we're really racking up those numbers.
Absolutely. I mean, we've never actually been able to cast any of these two teams together. And I mean, I think this is the first time I've casted either of these teams, but I'm not sure about your experience with them. But I have heard a lot about Team Manic, and I am looking very forward to seeing how they play in today's game.
Certainly. So, I mean, coming into this, I think I got to watch some of the Last Resort's runs during our qualifiers, and they were a really impressive team. They were a really, really strong, like, complete team. They have a lot of potential in this, and I'm really excited to see how they develop over the course. But again, there's only so much theory crafting we can do this early in the season, and we're going to have to get into our rosters. So, when we get these pulled up. So, our roster sheet's coming up for you now, just to get an eye on who we're going to be watching. I'm hoping. I'm praying. There we go.
There
Screen that's going to be consisting of Hazard, Panky, Bruno, Oculus, and Kaiju. But there's a little bit of a star caveat about Kaiju. He is having some technical issues, so we might have to have a substitute for him coming in this. And again, no stats filled out just quite yet because this is going to be the first game for them here in the season. And then down for Team Manic, we have Sparkins, Pogo, Skid, Chaps, and Phantom. Another very strong roster. And Sparkins, I met you the other day in Unranked. Hopefully, I haven't cursed you by even mentioning that. hopefully you have a good showing. But again, no stats filled out yet. I'm sure as the season progresses, lots of interesting numbers for all of our statisticians will be very revealing. But as of right now, we have to wait to build up that portfolio. But very strong rosters. I'm looking forward to this matchup insanely. In terms of players, I kind of want to take note of Bruno. I've seen a lot of, and again, this man on a smoke is a threat to be reckoned with. Give him that shotgun, give them that SMG 11, and he can cause some chaos. So again, very exciting potential for action there.
Absolutely. Now, looking at both of these teams, I mean, I have been able to, play a little bit of Manic in the past. Then they are known as my usual Saturday night carry, but you know, I do think they have a solid lineup, especially with all of the players. A lot of the well, that the highly talented, they know what they're doing. A lot of their strategies I've seen in the past are absolutely incredible, and I'm actually so excited to be able to cast them today, going against the last resort.
Certainly. So those are your rosters for this evening's action, or at least your first set. Now moving into our map vetoes, and we'll come back to our faces, but our map vetoes coming up next, and here we go. So going to be running up on the bottom of the screen there, and seeing that Theme Villa Club Consulate didn't make the cut as Cafe in Oregon do, and by default Coastline is the left out best of two format, of course. So while we still have the deal with the Curse of Oregon, and we're going to be able to see Cafe in a map that I think has presented lots of action-packed games in recent memory. And because of that shift we had in the last season with the reduction of shields now being at a premium, this map is going to be really interesting to watch. It's going to be very focused on these vocal points of entries, and you're going to see a great dynamic, and I love it.
Absolutely. I mean, me and you have been able to pick up a couple cafe games recently, so it is going to be great to go back to the good old cafe and see what they are serving in their bakery today. You get it?
Oh, that's gonna be a cursed one. That I'm not a fan of that. But I mean, Cafe to me is a map that I have very fond memories of because just this past Thursday, myself and Two Doors and Noah was there as well. Our observer for tonight is gonna be Noah. Got to watch some incredible Benelux call games on this. We got to see a team called Rank Shenanigans who hosted the likes of Spoit and Freck have a massive demonstration on a map of Cafe where they just played super aggressive. They were playing really reliant on gun skills. And it's the first time in a long time I've seen the map played in that style. It's been so strat heavy. It's been so focused on clearing utility, getting through the checkpoints so regularly. It's just interesting to see that now perhaps some teams might bring that level of aggression and can really cause some problems for an attacking team, especially if that defense can meet them at the front door, cause that entry to struggle, and that could really spell out the course of this game.
It absolutely can. I mean, Cafe is one of those unpredictable maps, to be completely honest, but, you know, we hate to see it in the map pool. Unfortunately, we are going to be going to Oregon for the second map of today's BO2. But, Oregon is one of those maps, in my opinion, it's like half spread out and half all packed together at the same time. All the objectives are quite close together, and most of the objectives do have quite a lot of soft walls on those objectives in particular. And, it, I won't really say hard breaching is much of a problem with any objective at all, but looking at like the soft side of things, they're going to have to bring a lot of soft breaches to be able to really attack into any of these points on Oregon in particular.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon to me is. I think I've almost sounded like a broken record. The amount of times I say it, Oregon can be a map where good teams can come to die, because it's so set in its way. It's so structured. It's so routine. It's so linear to a degree that many teams it comes down to spur of the moment action, where one player is just absolutely fragging out of his mind on Ash, they can completely control the pace of an attack and turn the tide of the entire matchup. While on the other hand, if they're just a little bit disorganized, they can find it very difficult to break down a rock solid defense. And it's because of the linearity, it's why it's so popular, because it's easy to scrim, easy to develop, and once you see new things, whether it's from T1, T2, or scrim partners, it's easy enough to implement into your game, which is why we see it so much. We're yet to see a major evolution of the map, though. For example, when we look at Clubhouse, a map that's been in the pool for ages with very little changes, it's kind of always the standard. It's a map that evolves and changes with time, and we're yet to see that with Oregon. It's still the newest map in the pool, but not really new under a classification anymore. So I'm still waiting for that until I really enjoy the map. But we've had some absolute banger of games on it in recent time, and it annoys me that these great matches happen on a map that I have a personal disdain for.
Well, I mean, you're definitely right. Where good teams go to die, it's an unpredictable map indeed. I've seen some of the best teams go into this map expecting them to go 7-0 against any team that, could come to go against them. But, I've seen them just walk out of it getting 7-0 easily just because of the map itself, not being in their favor at all. I think maps more like Clubhouse and Theme Park are more like strategy maps where you can actually get good and learn a lot of strategies with these maps in particular. But Oregon, it's one of those, flip a coin, see what happened maps.
Yeah, certainly. So it does just depend on it. Now we just have a little bit of an update on the roster. I mentioned that Kaiju was having some technical issues and wasn't quite being able to get confirmed for the slot, but he isn't going to be able to make it for this matchup. So Kuvu has been confirmed for this, so that's going to be the fifth standing in for the last resort for this one. So perhaps something of note. That's not going to be the core five roster. They're going to have that stand in today. So again, will that affect the strategy? How is that going to play into it? To me, I'd imagine that a lot of teams will just stick the stand in, the substitute on a more aggressive role and kind of let them play on that island, do that laxing style, and kind of play in the way he wants and try and have an impact individually, because it is difficult to get someone to incorporate into a team strategy that early or this late in this short notice.
Absolutely. I mean, hopefully, the player, it is a substitute, so they would have quite a lot of experience with a sub, obviously, but hopefully it's not going to have that much of an effect in the actual game. Maybe, there might be just a couple adjustments depending on what the sub mainly plays. But, it, last resort, a good team, Manic, a really good team. We're going to have to see how it turns out when they go head to head in today's first map of Cafe.
Certainly. So we are just trying to wait until we get everything back on schedule. I perhaps I've sped run our intro this evening. I think that's what ended up happening. I sped run through. I'm so used to it's the new well-oiled machine we've got going on. Everyone's so organized, and I'm used to the stepping in last second and having to get through everything straight into the game as quick as possible. So my bad if we have a little bit of extra filler waiting to get our official times are rolling. But this is, I mean, we're casters. This is our job. We are here to fill the time, fill the void. So how are we going to do that for this one, for our next few minutes, so where we get ready for our hopping into action? How are we going to do this?
Hmm. Well, I mean, what do you think is going to happen in the next Siege update?
Oh well, that's anyone's guess. That is absolutely. I mean, we have the North American finals. We can mention that, I guess. We had some interesting ones. Dark Zero going and getting a 2-0 victory on SSG. I like that. I like that a lot because I'm gonna die on this hill. SSG aren't your world champions and don't deserve their spot at SI. Well, don't deserve their SI championship being that coveted because they didn't beat NIP. They only drew.
Well, I mean, as fun as that is, we could maybe
I always have to get that in every few broadcasts.
I'm lost for words, to be honest with it. You absolutely flew through the intro as fast as you possibly could. So we pretty much got we got 7 minutes of just nothing.
Well, see, Dan has his speed run for any rehost percent, right? I've got mine for any stream intro now. I don't see anyone take the. It's not really a coveted title, but it's mine now. I'm still. You know what? We're still waiting on the Staff Wars final vote. I haven't seen that poll go out
Oh
yet.
boy.
I wonder who's going to be able to win that one. Of course, I'm a grand finalist yet again, versing off against, I believe, Kenny, Kangaroo Kenny, and one of our
Oh no.
codecasters, of course, and a player again for Skittles.jpg. So very interesting. It's going to be a great battle to see who's going to win that one. And Noah showing his support for me in the production chat. Noah, I'm always going to back you. I definitely voted for you every time I got the opportunity to. I 100% did.
Well, I mean, I wish I could say that I voted for Noah, but unfortunately, I think I've voted against him pretty much every single time now. But
How could you? How could you
with it,
vote against Noah?
you definitely had my vote. He's probably gonna make my camera lag the whole way through the game because of that. But you know, you had my vote through most of the ECS staff wars, especially when you went against your duo Tudos. I think it was
Oh,
obvious.
that was a war. That was a see for when it was me and Tudor in the vote. It's not so much a pop. It's principle, right? He believes the secondary hard breach is called a trampoline. I believe it's the can opener. It's form over function, function over form. And well, in this case, I'm sorry, I've absolutely been rudely interrupted by our observer Noah calling it a trampoline. When it's quite frankly a can opener. It's function over form. It does the job. It opens up the can of a reinforced wall, and you don't jump on it. Can't believe it. I feel outnumbered in here sometimes. People thinking it's a trampoline.
Well, you know, I did think the little standoff between you and Tudors was interesting, especially to see how raging he was by it when he seen his duo advance to the grand finals. But I think it was even more funny when you managed to take out the Yukin caster himself, Jerry, in the quarterfinals, I believe.
Yeah, well, he hadn't had his first UK cast. He was only just announced. I think the same day he got announced. So I got lucky. I got lucky, and if I was to come across that again, Jerry would absolutely smite me. And that, well deserving too. I think that's actually. I don't. Have we mentioned? Has anyone mentioned it on broadcast? But one of our own, Jerry, the music man, now a fully fledged UK caster. I think everyone can say well deserved. A massive round of applause for that. God, Jerry, well deserved, man. Happy. We're so proud of you.
Absolutely, he's a great guy. He's an incredible caster and an even better musician. So he
Hmm.
definitely is well deserved, and it's going to be great to see him on the UK Ireland Nationals.
Okay, yeah. Shiro is correcting us actually. Uh, so yeah, Jerry is now known as Sternab, as there was some Liquipedia mix-up, and Sternab got a bit of a facelift. The almighty Eggman himself, Geraldine, the musician man, and well, I think it was an upgrade for Sternab, to be honest, to be getting compared to Jerry. I mean, look, no, 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 no insult there, Sternab. Jerry's looking fine.
Well, I think one thing just to mention, in the 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining was actually the chat's predictions on the votes of, well, the little channel point section, channel point option they have
Hmm. Oh,
to
what have
vote
they voted
for the
for?
team. Well, I mean, I did put 1.1k on Manic winning, but
Oh,
my
daring.
1.1k was not enough considering they had 2k in total, and the last resort had, I think it was 15.5k channel points voted for them. So it's really not gonna. The crowd is not in Manic's favor for this game.
I mean, well, to me, I think the Manic are facing a bit of an underdog situation because the Last Resort, as an organization, as a team, have had some pretty notable people playing for them, and they've played in a lot of massive, play. I think Atlas Championship they played as well. I believe they had Spoit under their bracket, so they have a massive kind of draw for what they brought as an organization, and that kind of just named themselves Last Resort. And again, that roster that they're running with is absolutely brilliant. There's such a degree of talent there, and it is going to be a joy to watch. And they just fell short, I believe, of getting that. Just fell short of the major spot in quals. I can't quite remember, but they had a very 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 strong performance in our qualifiers. I believe only losing a single match, which was to Makers, which again is. Makers are a very strong roster in their own right, and it was a very close or a very competitive game. So that's a massive credit to them, and we're getting close to our action now. I have to really pace out those intros. I was too quick. I was too speedy. Hopefully tonight we get a McGregor knockout that was as quick as my intro.
Well, I mean, I don't really support that joke you just did there. I don't think it
Oh,
was that funny,
you
but
you you want Poirier to win? Okay, all right.
well, I think if that's you doing a regular intro, I hate to see what it'd be like if you had a Red Bull before this, with your Red Bull jersey in the
Can't
background there.
we can't escape mentioning what I mean? What could it be? Could it be the product placement behind me? Could that possibly be what makes you think of Red Bull? But yes, I haven't had my caffeinated beverage today, so I shall be willing myself through on coffee and water alone for this. But again, it's so close to action. A minute 20 left. This has been a good waffle session. This is, you know, it's always the hardest part of casting. You'll learn when you get more casting on your belt. The waffle is the worst section of it all, especially when you're just, you're so close to getting into the action. You're trying to like really scrape the bottom of the barrel to find yourself in. Uh, so any other drama, any other news? Got something cooking up? Something you want to say?
uh, I failed school.
Who hasn't? Who hasn't, right? You know, that's pretty good. Yeah. I can echo that as well. I'm a dropout myself. I couldn't quite hack it. I dropped out of university just a year ago, almost a year ago now, and I've started casting. I'm now a year deep into casting, and man, what a journey it's been. As I see this timer in the bottom of my screen. We're getting close. We're getting close to the action.
Only
Uh,
26 seconds remaining with 9 players in the lobby. It's not going to be long at all.
we are just
Already going into the play-by-play.
Yeah, we have to do play by play of the lobby now. We're just waiting for everything to happen. But I think we still have 9 people in the lobby, so we're just waiting for that one more, and then all the R's to come through chat, and then we can hop straight into our glorious first map of Cafe. So just gonna get a few things lined up here.
Hopefully, we are on schedule now, so we're just waiting for the time to come, and we
Yes.
go straight into it.
So yeah, no giving us the great thing going. Once we'll get everyone in, we're straight into the action, which I'm looking forward to. Can't wait to get into it. It's what I'm here for, watching Siege, and now as we're on schedule, it's not me their fault. It's someone. It's a random player who we don't know who it is, and who shall name nameless. So time to
Well,
perfection.
it makes a change from you being late to casts, but I mean, at least it's not like, let's just not name him here. This is not like the caster who decides to sleep through his casts.
Shiro
Oh boy.
says it's always well. It's always the players who are it's never staff. But who could be that one caster you're trying to not name and shame for sleeping through
Oh,
casts before?
I wonder.
Could it be Mr. Door Emoji? Door Emoji? I wonder. I truly do. I
I
think
think it is, I
I
think it
think it
is.
might be. I think he has how many casts has he slept through?
There
Three.
was
I think he's got 3 casts he's slept through
yeah.
now. That I've experienced. Not even Twitter DMs can make him stir from his slumber.
I was casting with door emoji the other day, and I had to tweet about him in advance, reminding him to drink some good old caffeine before he actually got into the cast, because the day just before that, I actually had to fill in for him with your cast, which
Mm-hmm.
was our first ever cast together, and boy, was it a fun one.
Certainly was. Still, just a little update. We are waiting for players to get into the lobby. We are now. Oh, we're ready. I think they're in the lobby.
Oh,
Yes, they are. And here are our community predictions.
let's go.
66% of you said that you were going to back TLR to win, with 32 went Manic, and only 2% for a draw. And well, it was just a bit slow on grabbing our staff predictions, but I think it's majority in the favor of TLR. So a bit of an underdog story for Team Manic if they can claw this one back, as we are hopping into our operator bands.
Absolutely. I mean, on Cafe, I think it's blandly obvious, there we go, we would be saying goodbye to Thatcher, but I'm thinking we're also going to be saying goodbye to maybe a Maverick, or potentially, I'm not 100%, maybe a Habana? I'm not sure. I've seen it in the past, but, I do think Maverick's one of the most obvious operators to be going on the attacking side from. I believe it is the last resort banning now. Yes, it is, and we're going to be saying goodbye to Montagny, leaving the Maverick still in the pool of operators left in today's fight, but leaving that Maverick in the pool is quite huge, especially considering we do have quite a lot of hard walls on this map in particular, and a lot of hatch drops as well. So leaving that Maverick in the pool, it's definitely going to be big. But looking at the defender operators going, we're going to be saying goodbye to Cade, the cigar man himself, leaving only one ban remaining.
Yeah, well, this Kyrie ban makes a whole lot of sense. Thatcher ban tends to force and then Valkyrie, the last one, taken out of play by Team Manic there. So Valkyrie is an interesting choice, and we're going to see all kind of area denial operators such as Gridlock and Nomad remaining in the pool, which is and a map like Club or Cafe is an interesting decision because you're going to typically see one of those played to help constrict the movement of the defense. And, as if you're a defender, you're going to have to worry about that. And just going to be interesting seeing if we will witness that in our operator lineups. And we see a clash flash down below for Team Manic. So you're one of your casters for our second match of the evening. Me back is going to be very excited to get to see that getting in play.
Well, I mean, definitely exciting indeed, but the one thing I am quite cautious about, well, not anymore, was seeing Pogo playing that Clash, but it's okay, we're going to be seeing him switch to a pulse, which is definitely one of the best options I've seen so far this game. Get it so far because we just started. But yeah, seeing also the sixth pick from the Capital to the Nomad, watching out those rotations, I think, is also going to be quite a good play. But saying goodbye to that Valkyrie Intel operator is really the best option. But Chapstick's playing Maestro, I think, is definitely going to be a smart idea indeed, especially on this objective in particular. So setting around those evil eye cameras, as we can see, getting them set up in the bar and maybe also in the cigar lounge as well. I think that's going to be one of the best ideas he's had. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. Those lovely words by a caster.
Certainly so. Now, looking at this setup, we're not going to see an extension with castle barriers towards Piano. They're going to be holding it rather standard. Yet to see a shield deployed by Pixel, but I imagine that they might even forfeit that position and play with that Goyo shield as lumbers the main line of defense, as well we see the second Goyo shield placed inside of that freezer area, and I imagine they have an open position to help contest that area. To me, that's going to be very reminiscent of the old school strategy employed by Rogue while they were North American roster all those moons ago, where they'd have a mirror window they would play and deny Piano from the back cocktail area. But Pogo trying to get some information with that cardiac sensor, but everyone's rappelling up the north side of the building, so he hasn't quite gathered any sensors on that cardiac sensor yet. And those hatches going to be opened up for free. No threats of C4s launched up just quite yet, and here are the air jabs, the very important air jabs to help constrict the movement of anyone trying to roam, to help make that retake of the top floor a little bit trickier when the time comes for the execution. The hard wall still standing as we hear the Evil Eye trying to remove drones from action, as Oculus now on repel, trying to get some chaos started up. Spots perhaps there's no shield or anyone playing by Pixel, and yet, well, now the information is going to be gathered by the Pulse, and this could be very dangerous as Nomad sitting still, waiting, not knowing the danger that lurks below, and now Pulse spotted out, so Oculus is going to be on duty to clear out this position quickly, as that's going to be a lot of information gathered, but he's not going to, yes, he's going to get it, the yellow ping, the Z ping works out fantastically, and Pogo is going to be sent to the early grave.
It really is unfortunate to be saying goodbye to Pogo that early, but Panicky's going to be holding this tight angle into bar. I think waiting just for Chaps to even move a tiny bit so we can get those little shots in it to those big body of his. I tried to think of a word there, but it didn't really come out well. As Oculus is going to be using these Ash charges, just not really doing anything in particular apart from opening up these walls, but Chaps is going to be holding off this objective hard as it's now a 4v3. Sparkins as Goyo also holding off this tight corridor leading into Cigar Lounge and also into the freezer as well, which he has open. But we're going to be saying goodbye to Hazard from TLR as it turns into a 3v2, saying goodbye to Sparkins from Manic as well, making it a 3v2, well, once again, but Diffuser is also going to be planted, but just managing to pull it off by TLR, making it a 1v1 as Skid manages to just take out Kid as well. Not looking good at all for either side as the health situation is very concerning, but Panicky manages to just take out Skid, making the last resort take the first round on Cafe.
A hectic flurry of kills from both sides leads to that post-plant situation, 1v1, and the last resort stay calm and composed and close out that round in a very explosive fashion nonetheless, and, well, you wouldn't expect anything less of this roster. I actually think that was a very interesting round, just by the fact it was refrags, and it was absolute chaos towards that execution. The Pulse falling early perhaps could have been that downfall of the team. Losing that Nitrocell presence from below can really give the freedom to move around from that offense. And we saw once they were given an inch, they took a mile. They were able to get that opening round. So Kitchen Service, our second site of choice by Team Manic this time, opting by Chaps here is going to grab that castle. So an extension in the bakery perhaps could be on the cards. As I'd imagine that setup is going to be pretty predictable. But looking at this, the Vigil, something I really want to highlight. Can Skid cause a bit of chaos and kind of be disruptive on that Vigil? He can lurk around and try and stay passive and hidden for a little part of a little kind of a chunk of a phase of this round, and pounce later on, where he can cause some chaos and deny that roam presence, or really fight them head on, or help this extension upstairs. And this is what that castle barrier was brought for. So it's going to be a commitment to holding trains and some upstairs presence, and this is going to be a very interesting one. Is not a very common strategy, but I wonder if they're going to play the hatch open inside of dining to give them a quick rotation inside if it were to fall. So we saw the first castle barrier go down on the double door into the coffee area, which is here. And then we see a rotation in white, and I think the hatch has been opened up, or isn't opened up actually. Now it is. So, okay, they are playing with a very extended hold here. A little lateral presence as well as the vertical. Not very common, but I'm really intrigued to see how this one's going to play out because a lot of presence here in the middle floor is going to be tricky to break down because, as we're seeing, TLR are opting for a top-down clear, so they're going to run into some heavy resistance and perhaps not be expecting any of it.
Well, I mean, getting straight into it, I think one thing just to point out is, especially on this objective in particular, maybe bringing an Oryx in the pool of operators on the defensive side. That might actually come in really handy for the rotations around the map. Now, I'm not the professional comp player like these people, but, it could actually really help as the drone work is going out. On the third floor, but Phantom being able to take out the drone and then not risking it rotating back through reading corridor, maybe pushing back up to the objective as Oculus and Panicky are going to be up on the top floor now, just making sure that there is no pesky little Manic players in this point in particular. But chaps, the Lonesome Castle is going to be holding off this objective in particular as Panky managing to just catch one but not able to get the shot. Lying down on the cameras now, it's not really going to look good for him at all in this situation.
He has to keep composed here. Skid's now falling back inside a pillar. Hazard's going to get that drone, call that information. We hear the K1A rain off, so Oculus is going to be cued into action. He's going to go on the hunt for that roam presence. C4 tossed out and Panicky reduced to low amounts of HP. With a minute 20 left to work with the man advantage of TLR. Skid trying to keep his life intact now falls back inside a coat check to help reinforce the lateral hold of the team as Panicky holding a position here. Can't really risk anything on a head-on engagement because he is a shot away from DBNO or death. As air jabs used to reinforce the flanks, and now you're going to see the last resort queuing up and getting ready for that execution on the site. Bruno going to get some vertical positions opened up. Trust the SMG-11 in his hand. He can cause some absolute chaos with that thing. There's lots of angles held in here. This is just going to be the part of the defense now. Setting up crossfires and holding your ground. The vertical positions open up by Bruno can help displace some of these, especially if you toss a grenade down, as we do have no catchers in play, so his frag grenades can be very effective if they can find information, but Bruno doesn't need a nade to find it. Sparkins loses his life to the SMG-11 as Sledge doing more work to remodel the flooring, and he might spot a leg. He does, and that's going to be the down and kill on the Phantom, and now 2 kills for Bruno, and the side's been cracked wide open. Chaps the last man directly on the objective, but time certainly in the favor of Manic now, as well as Skid, who can just pop out and find lots of bodies queuing up for the K1A. He's going to take one fight, finds on the Panicky. He's got a lot more to find, gets the second. Can he hold the clock just a little bit longer? Bruno finds 3, and that's going to be Skid, the last man standing. The June with the Nomad is going to pull out the SMG-12, get that kill as Hazard is going to attempt the plant now. It's a 2v1, it's going to be a post-plant situation. Surely as a hit, the clock strikes 000, and now a post-plant in the dying breast round. Skid used that impact to bait open the castle barrier, but time now is worst enemy. SMG-12 in hand, so it's going to be tricky to find an engagement at longer ranges. Scanning the horizon, looking for a pixel ahead, but can't quite find it yet, and not going to be enough to shut down Hazard as he gets that final kill as the last resort close out the second round. And, well, a very sketchy conclusion, but a very good round in net.
Honestly, it was really well. Just looking at the replay of this, Skid managing to get quite a lot of kills in that situation, taking out 3. If you just got a little, well, maybe played it a little more defensively when he pushed the corridor. I know it was a post-plant situation, but maybe I think he could have lost less health and played it a little calmer. But, I don't think it's really.
I think he was he had his back really against the wall there. He had to make a play. He was, he was isolated away from the objective, so that plant would have went down once his teammate fell, and he found himself in that situation. And diving in to take these engagements could have bought his teammate on the site a little bit of extra time to hold on and try and deny that plant. So I think he got it kind of forced in action there. And for considering he was, he was a little bit wounded. He was kind of cornered. His position was very well known, and he had no utility to help back him up. He made a good job at finding through for a price of 1. And in a normal circumstance, that would have been enough to really cause some damage to the last resort. But again, it was a last-ditch stand in his bunker of coat check, and he just couldn't make it stick and get that clutch. And the SMG-12, well, it was not ideal to take that long-range engagement, and he paid a price for it.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
He definitely did. I mean, Last Resort are really bringing it so far this game in particular, but you know, we're going to the good old Oregon map next, so maybe this is just Manic's warm-up. I pretty much say this every single cast I do. Maybe this is just Manic taking a little breather, warming up, and maybe bringing it for the rest of the upcoming rounds of Cafe, but maybe not. Maybe it's just that the last resort are a better team, they have more skill in this situation, or it's that they maybe have more map knowledge than Manic, like, altogether, but going straight up for it, we're going to see Oculus pushing up to the cafe rooftop, maybe getting this hatch open. Well, definitely getting the hatch open. That's why they're up there. Hopefully just going to be going for some of these shots through the top of the reinforced wall leading into Cigar Lounge, but I'm not sure if they're actually going to catch anyone. Is Phantom from Manic going to be rotating in there? But, you know, I'm not sure if it's able at all to reach any headshot or even any body shot from the position they're stood at, but Panicky's just really pushing hard now as he's pushing from Cigar Lounge, getting one, being able to take out Phantom. It's now a 5v4, sorry, but Panicky's health is extremely low. He doesn't able to knock out the little shield cell there as he's left in this situation, but the Goyo is going down. Well, the Goyo shield, sorry, is going down. Yeah, it's not looking good at all. From that little corridor leading from Cigar into the cocktail lounge.
I got distracted by someone I know watching just made a comment about my phrasing of one of the and I broke it down in such a way that has hurt my brain. But Panicky has had a very good impact so far, finding Phantom, and a very good start. But this is going to be Skid popping his head up like a jack in the box, looking to find that extra bit of damage to shut down Panicky, but can't quite find it yet, and dueling away. Sparkins drops to the ground, pre-fire by the AK-12 is going to be enough damage to shut him down, find his head, and now the defense on the top floor falls back, and they have to peel these layers of the defense back now because they've lost complete control of the upstairs, and now they have to be very cautious on the side of the site because, well, we're going to see all these explosives and hammers used to reconstruct that flooring, and that's going to be able to displace any of these key anchor positions inside of the objectives and make it very uncomfortable to move on side of sight. With 45 seconds left to go, Manic are not a great position in terms of man count, but if they can just hold their line for a little bit longer, but Skid not going to be aware of the player just lurking above with Panic. He finds a second in the round. With low HP, he doesn't care. He's going to keep committing to this position. 35 seconds now in this execution. And the pressure being accumulated now as Hazard falls to Pogo. Another man's going to fall. That's going to be the mirror now. And last man standing, Pogo all alone, finds himself at the wrong end of Kuvu, who shuts him down with that AK-12 for a second in that round. In the last resort, yet again, looking dominant, looking very, very concise with they know exactly what they want to do, and they are achieving their checklist very efficiently. This is a bit of a masterclass for our first 3 rounds, but can Manic now take what they've learned from that complete rotation and figure out how to make a change?
Well, I mean, I think Manic definitely have the talent to be able to do it. Maybe just work a little harder to be able to bring it back. Looking at the operator selections in particular, we're going to be seeing a Bandit being brought along in Bar and Cocktail, and also seeing a Goyo and a Wamai as well, with Cheps just sticking on that Maestro, but no real major stickouts from any operators. But maybe just for the start of this round, if we could pull up the scoreboard, taking a look at some of the kills that actually, never mind, we can just see on the left and right, but, you know, no one's really carrying the team in particular, apart from Skid from Manic being absolutely... Well, I said that completely wrong. Let me rephrase that. Skid is carrying the team from Manic, whereas
Hold
from...
up. Is Oculus a silver 1? Oh, man, ranked hasn't been kind to you this season, Oculus, has it? Well, I'm sorry. That caught me off guard. Yeah, I mean, yeah, rank's a rough place, and I'm sure it's only your comp account, so you wouldn't be playing there anyway. But round 4, I mean, actually saying, looking at these stats, you know, Panicky, Bruno, the top performers of their team so far, and a 1.91 rating so far. Absolutely fantastic performance.
Well, they really have been. I was gonna say, because, you know, looking at the kills, I thought no one in particular was carrying, but rephrasing the sentence I was gonna say, no one from TLR like is standing out carrying the team. Whereas Skid from Team Manic is carrying the team a lot, bringing it home for them with the 5 kills. Well, the rest of the team is stat on 1 and 0, but the Nitro going out from Team Manic, taking off half of Bruno's health, but Bruno being able to catch Pogo. Just there in that point, taking him out, making it a 5v4 now. As Panicky just going to be watching the top of red stairs. As a lot of drone, all 3 drones going in the same area. Well, you can never have enough drone work, grip it, right?
Well, certainly not. You know, drones are the lifeblood of an offense. As information is power in Siege, and getting more of it is very important. But perhaps you might want to consider playing someone behind one of these drones. Hot droning it can be an effective tool in any team's arsenal to really break down a defense. The Ash breaching round is tossed out by Oculus, and Chaps is going to lose one of those evil eye cameras, only doing a single tick of 5 HP to the Ash who returned. So, well, not a worthwhile trade whatsoever. Phantom holding a pixel position here by that shield inside of Freezer. To lurk for anyone, and he has lots and lots of utility to help keep him there. 2 ADSs, I believe 3 were my pancakes now, so he is very much fortified and secured inside of Freezer. He's just going to try and hold his position as long as he can, and well, he's going to be asked to do so under extensive fire, as his wall is going to get cracked open now, and Bruno trying to make an advance, going to get some damage done, as Hazard finds himself in the DBNO status. Bruno inside of the bathroom, lobs an and oh no! It's just going to be able to escape his own damage there, as he's going to take a little bit there. That's going to be Oculus finding Phantom, and he's not going to be able to hold that fort inside of Freezer any longer. He had the utility to do so, but not the life force. He's going to be going to an early grave.
It's really intense so far, making it a 5v3. Sparkin's just trapped in his little location in Cocktail Lounge. Hopefully, you're going to be able to maybe catch one off the last resort on the way, but Sparkins is going to do it indeed, knocking out Hazard off the board, making it a 4v3. Panicky pushing far into the bar, hopefully going to be able to get a little hit on Chaps, who's also going to be camping in there, but you know, he's going to be rotating out to the balcony. Little does he know he's right in front of him, and he manages to just sneak and crawl underneath him. As a team kill comes out by Sparkins on Chap, Sparkins being able to get Panicky and Oculus, making it a 1v2 as he goes down, and Manic being able to take the round with Sparkins with that final kill on Bruno with the Goyo headshot.
Oh, that was a very... Sparkins finds himself a triple kill, but one of those was a team kill. So, you know, well, in addition, so a quad kill in technicality. So he was able to really claw that round back, and that's going to be the MVP of that round. Sparkins absolutely grabbed that round by the scruff of its neck and said, no, we shall not give up this position, and held it valiantly and got his team that point on the scoreboard. Skids late to choose his operator, so the game goes, you're going to be Capcan, and imagine this is going to be a 6-pick, as Kitchen Service is not going to lend himself to this Betson's operator, as the Jaeger is actually not going to be chosen. A Vigil, yet again by Skid. We saw what he could do in coat check with his back pressed up against the wall, so can he perhaps bring the fight to the last resort now, and cause that chaos earlier in the round, so it isn't going to be in the dying whispers of the round when he can cause some moments of brilliance. So 5 rounds in, now starting our 5th round, 4 rounds in. The last round have looked strong, and finally we've had Team Manic provide a bit of an answer back. It was a scrappy round nonetheless, but that round victory is a massive one, and perhaps can set them on the road to claw this one back to a draw in their defensive split, which will still be a pretty solid result. It looks like we're going to be seeing the same extension upstairs, so if anyone on the drones of the last resort is spotting the hallmarks of this, perhaps the castle's positioning, that's going to be notifying them of the strategy employed. And as I described it last time, they have a hold both for vertical and the horizontal, which is going to be very good at kind of shutting down any attempts at a quick push, as well as strong rotations down via the hatch instead of dining. So it's going to be a very interesting round.
It really is those words, Ericaster's best friend. We spoke about this in the past. Interesting, and wait how we see, you know. It just gets stuck in my head every single time, and I come to a cast thinking, you know, I'm going to use different range of vocabulary today. Not even a minute in, and I start to use it, but going into it does look like just going to be setting up the point as we're waiting for the last resort to do their push. Hopefully going to bring all they can to this push in particular. Skid and Phantom just going to be... I mean, I'm not sure what Skid's main goal is here, just having a little lie down by the piano, chilling by the pool. Look at him, just enjoying it there.
Oh, everyone in Twitch chat having a great time. Everyone has discovered some great, interesting Copy passes in Twitch chat, but Pancake couldn't find the
Ooh.
head of Skid. Well, I think your description of that one is a perfect one. A great shot finds the head of the roaming vigil early, and no heroics in coat check this time, as he's going to be pushing daisies early in the round with a minute 50 left to go. An entry successful from the last resort yet again. So can this momentum be stopped and smited where it stands by Manic, or will they be forced to fall back and rely on a last-ditch defense yet again? Still lots of time to play out, but Manic have to be careful. They can't bleed out when in terms of player count. Otherwise, the last resort can run away with this round. And that would cause that would cause a dilemma, meaning you can no longer draw this opening half and forcing it, no matter what, into a deficit going into your offense.
Well, I mean, making it a 5v4 with Skid not being there because of that incredible shot by Panicky. Not really going to be in Team Manic's favor for this one in particular, but the Nitro going out, managing to go through the wall to Panicky. Evening out the teams now making it a 4v4, but the drone going straight into the mute gem, and Nitro going out by Pogo, not being able to take out anyone in particular. But they're just going to be holding different points, mainly above the area in particular, as... Oh, this is going to be a play and a half as Bruno's going to go behind Pogo, hopefully being able to get the wall bang, a clean headshot on Pogo, making it a 4v3 now for the last resort.
So Last Resort yet again maintaining their man advantage, but again the time is draining away. Oculus gonna cause more bleeding to Chaps. He shuts him down. Sparkins retreats back inside of the objective and is preparing for a hatch drop perhaps, as Phantom now falls back in coat check. Can he cue the heroics that we saw Skid pull out last time out on this site? Drones removed by Sparkins, and the clock really is no longer in favor of the Last Resort. Can Phantom strike? Flashbang tossed out, forces his hand, but no! A trade occurs, but he's gonna find two as a teammate gets one of his own. Kuru gets one on the Phantom, and that's gonna be the end of it, because Bruno hunts down the last standing Malusi and Coffee, and that SMP-11 Sing Sweet finds that kill. The Last Resort claim yet another round, and the ankle removed from play there. Malusi, just unfortunate to have that ankle exposed.
It really was a good play from the Last Resort. It's a real shame that that angle was exposed, as you said, but, you know, they really got to bring it their all to be able to pull this back for Manic, but looking at the Last Resort, they're on that number now, number 4. Only one more round until they hit, well, 2 more rounds, sorry, until they hit that magic number 6. And then when they're on that, I'm afraid it's only one away until the game is theirs. But rest assured, that is only the first map for this evening. We will be going over to Oregon after this with lots more action. But I was really excited though when I seen Chaps take the Caviera. Hopefully going to use that really well. But, you know, he's sort of bullying me today. I think he knew that I would be happy to see a Cav in play. But he's 6-pick out to Castle. Hopefully going to use some of these armor panel barricades in the best way possible.
They're changing their approach to this objective now, it looks like. I can't imagine they're going to do the same extension upstairs. It hasn't worked out for them twice now. The rounds have been close, but again, not getting that victory is a blow. And seeing as if Sparkins makes this rotate or not, he's reloading the shotgun, so I think he might, and Phantom's there to do it as well. So they might go for a more default setup, and judging by where these castle barriers are going down this time, it does look it. They're going to extend into Bakery and hold that position. And that's going to be a really important one, because again, this is a common position. A lot of extensions go out this way, but perhaps a misguided one, because this top-down presence from the Last Resort has been exactly how they've been pushing in. They're getting control, clearing every floor as they go down, and they haven't been direct to Bakery. So if they do that this time, perhaps change their strategy, they'll be met with more resistance. But otherwise, their shot might not be affected whatsoever until the latter stages of the round, and we're seeing that yet again. Top-down clear, the traditional approach to clearing out Cafe.
Well, I mean, Manic have got a good setup so far as the Last Resort pushing through the top floor, but we're going to see Skid holding this very tight angle all the way from the pillar room up to that balcony. And, I mean, I gotta say, I got a little distracted when the production team commented, did I just use the word Oregon and action in the same sentence? Unfortunately so, but, you know, they really got to bring their game. I keep saying this for Manic, but it is true. They got to give it their all to be able to pull it off.
Everyone's wilding in Twitch chat this evening. So, 1 minute 50, no action yet, but again, Last Resort being very doing their due diligence, clearing down the floors, being very cautious when they do so, and they haven't found the approach or the setup yet. They hear or they see the signals coming off that jammer wielded by the Vigil, so they're going to send the drones to hunt for him, and perhaps they didn't check all the way down by the bottom of White, so if Skid can lurk here for the rest of this round and pounce later when everyone's backs are turned, he can have a massive moment as Oculus can take a little bit of damage through those vertical positions. And the famous words of Emzo, they work both ways. He's going to lose his charge to that one. The sound cue loud enough through the floor. Angus Borkins trading off some damage again. Vertical angles open up yet again, and Skid finds himself an engagement. The K1A not going to be up to the task of it, but Kuvu shutting off these flanks with those air jabs. Panic spotting the rotation of the Vigil, but perhaps backing away just the right moment, and he's well, that was a very narrowly missed shot to the head of that Vigil. In this position, very now compromised. Can he hold on to this? But he's been isolated away from his team. And from this position, he can't do a whole lot. If he's held very patiently by Panicky, and he might just win the fight. Oh, a fantastic shot there, and your roamer has fallen. And that initial hold towards White has now been removed from action. And if this White garage wall is opened up inside of Freezer, it could be a massive blow to the defense. Panicky finds his second. Chaps falls.
It was a good... Sorry, let me rephrase that. It was an incredible shot by Panicky to be able to take him out. But Manic still have to give it their all. They may be a couple down, but it's not... I thought they maybe could have done it, but now that it's a 4v1, definitely not, as Bruno, Panicky, and Hazard all being able to just finish off Manic there in round 6. That is the last round of this split, meaning Manic on defense. So maybe seeing Manic on attack, it might do some change to the way that this is going to go, but I got to admit it, Whippet, I don't think it's going to do any change at all.
It's going to be a tough one to ask. Again, it's a site or a map that's been historically defender-sided, and well, on your defense half, you're coming out 5-1 down, so your backs are already against the wall, and that match point symbol hasn't even spawned in. So they have to be pretty flawless now for Manic to be able to get something out of this matchup other than a single point. And if they're able to get this back to a draw, I still think that would be a great result for them, considering that pretty rocky start. But they have to be perfect. They cannot make a mistake now, and that's going to be the make or break moment right now for Manic, because some teams rise to the occasion, other teams just can't find that extra gear to go into now, and that's what Manic are looking for. They're looking for the next gear. They're looking to increase their speeds and really just, open up their DRS and find some extra pace, because they just need something special to break down Last Resort right now.
Well, that something special is really gonna be more than special, I gotta say, I'm not sure how that makes sense, but I'm sure it'll work itself out. Making it a 5v1 score, it's not looking good for Team Manic at all. We're only 2 rounds away from the Last Resort taking the first map, but, don't kill me, producers. Oregon Action still going to be coming up. Maybe we can have a little change on there, but, I don't want to see a change on there. I want to see a change right now. I want to see Manic being able to obliterate on their first round on attack against the Last Resort. So maybe, Skid going in as Zofia leading the tribe now in this little push-up to the cafe rooftop. Hopefully, they can do some good and be able to maybe just wipe out a couple players on the top floor. And who knows, maybe they can just gradually make their way either from the bottom off to the... or top down or bottom to top. They can do something. But I do want to see some strategies from Manic in particular. But I can't speak today, I gotta admit it. I'm having English problems, but...
It's fine. It's fine. It's tricky sometimes. English, words do be hard sometimes. Says Pogo drops on down the red, and this time not opting to put the air jab down from the safety of the roof, but gonna put it on that chandelier, which is an interesting position. Haven't seen that one before, but perhaps it might be enough to catch any roamers off guard. Bruno, what is coveted smoke player, and well, he's going to do a lot of work with that shotgun. I've seen him do some heroic things in Benelux Cups with that on the Team of Passion, so I wonder if he can recreate those moments again. But time draining away here from Manic. We got a minute 30 left to work with, and some good information gathering, some use of drones. We hear that air jab detonate off in the distance, so perhaps, I'm not sure where that one was. It wasn't by red, so Now, I'm wondering where that one was actually deployed, but we're going to see that Jaeger inside of Hazard trying to duel with the players inside of Piano, and that just position is going to drain away time. You know, as you're fighting this player, you're not pushing in, you're not, fighting anyone directly. So once you're fighting someone directly, you're not pushing into clearing utility out and getting closer to that final objective. And well, seeing everything still tied up in a 5v5 is panicking. He might be able to find a kill here. Nope. He's going to find himself in the early grave. Skid just catches the Legion off guard. Gets the opening kill for the round with 50 seconds left, and the Jaeger falls to Phantom as well. Well, Manic perhaps found that extra gear as Oculus creeping on up the white stairs. Pogo falls. Phantom takes some damage again. The UMP sings. 45 ACB can kill the soul, and can the UMP do a great job here? 2 men standing for the last resort. It is coming down to the last men to hold the line, but Oculus gets 2, and Kuvu gets another one. 2 in the round for him, and now the last resort have created the line of defense. His Skid has to creep up the white stairs. The proximity alarm's giving away his position, and I think this round is going to be forecast by those beeps in the distance as Oculus tucked in the corner. Kuvu holding a line, but a great shot there, but Sophia finds the head. Oh, with 15 seconds left to go in a 1v1. Diffuser or hunt for that kill. He can't make his mind up, but trying to get that win condition of that plant down. A time is his nemesis with 5 seconds left, so we're going to hit that 000 shortly. And that's going to give Oculus the Q. He's going to win that gunfight no matter. Oh! Seconds away was Skid to being able to clutch that out as the hit clock hit 0. But Oculus quick on the draw with that MP5.
I am speechless, I thought Manic really had that one when they managed to pull it all the way down to a 1v1, but now it is that lucky number weapon, 6-1, only 1 round until it is TLR's game. But, hopefully Manic can somewhat pull it up halfway, There's a lot of strategies I've seen from Manic in particular, but there's a lot better ones that I've seen from the last resort, so we'll just have to wait and see what time brings us in the upcoming round, and hopefully Manic can somewhat pull it back. But let's look at reality. 6-1. They got to bring it all the way up 6 rounds to be able to win this without letting TLR win a single round. Rest in peace, Manic.
Well, if perhaps ever the optimist I'd be. If you're flawless, you can draw this map up. You can tie it up. So again, there is still a chance. Siege is never over until it's over. Just throw your mind a few years back. Penta EG at the SI finals. Who would have thought that would have been a comeback for the European team of the time? So you never know. But again, odd comparisons going here. Comparing this to the SI final of all those moons ago. But Last Resort are looking strong and dominant, and I do think they'll be able to close it out. But Manic still have some chances to claw this one back. We've seen that they can make TLR bleed when asked, so it is a little bit up in the air. But actually, not kind of up in the air if Manic can get a few rounds back.
Well, I can see it, but in reality, it's not going to happen. I hope it happens, but hopefully they can maybe bring 1 or 2, but winning the game is completely out of our range. But looking straight into it now, going in, starting off the round with 30 seconds in, just holding angles pretty much every single corridor possible that they can do that push from. Panicky just getting rid of these drones. Going in from the last resort, going in from Team Manic, sorry, the switch just happened, I completely forgot. And hopefully we can see maybe Pogo and Phantom just pushing in through here. Pogo being able to take out Panicky, getting another on Hazard now. That is a 2K, making it a 3v5. Skid pushing in through the back alley door now. Hopefully going to be able to meet his fate with Bruno. We will have to wait and see how it turns out. But Oculus also going to be rotating through the bakery side now as Goyo holds off the kitchen. Sparkins is really going to go and try get him, but he gets taken down as Kid manages to just get that clean headshot on Sparkins, making it a 3v4.
Whoa. Okay, Chris, you got hella loud there, but yeah, Sparkins fell victim to the Cactorico burn. Twitch falls in the corner. Kuvu finds another one falls to the Cactor. He's going to do great work now. Holding his ground is going to be Skid getting one of his own. Bruno falls, just smoke now off the front lines. A 2v3 in favor of the offensive team. Manic, and perhaps this is their best opportunity to make a round stick. Lots of time to work with, lots of time to get some information down. but Oculus holding a great position here. If not compromised by intel, he might be able to find several kills, but pulls off that angle as he hears a drone, and now his position should be known by the remaining defenders looking for a way in to cause some chaos. But so ever passive and ever patient are going to be Team Manic, waiting for the opportune moment to launch on in, but the Vector going to be able to get another few shots in there, but Kuvu looking for that damage, can't find it though. A Pogo left on a single point of HP, and that's going to be discerning as his push is going to come in. Concussion's tossed out, but Sophia of Skid going to find himself rubbing his head a little bit concussed in the morning, as now it is going to be all or nothing. Smoke canisters tossed out. There's going to be a last-ditch push into the objective. 416 in the hands of Oculus there to defend the Lion, but shot down by the AK-12 of Chaps, and now Kubu, the last man standing, Vector in his hand. He's going to spot the head of the player. C4 still in hand, however, so he can make a play. Tosses out, the air jab deployed, but as he calls up that Nokia brick, Skid shuts him down. Team Manic get a round back in number 8. So, there is still some life in the Team Manic camp. Can they keep these rounds rolling, or can TLR close it out now?
Well, I mean, I think just for the enjoyment of it, I gotta make some sort of bet. So, I'm definitely gonna put my money on TLR bringing it round in this closing round. Now, on the round, this is round 9, I believe now. But Manic, they still have a chance. They have 5 rounds to be able to win the game, but still having that match point on their hands at all time, it's really not gonna work well. But if we can maybe, that's so weird. I was about to ask for the scores to be pulled up, but looking at the kills going on right now, Hazard's the plat one really needs to pull up his kills for TLR. And it's funny, it's really funny actually with it, because the silver one is currently on the top with quite a lot of kills, but he's currently on the top of the leaderboard.
I mean, rank means very little if you're a comp player and don't really use your comp account for that cesspool we know as ranked. But 6-2 our scoreline, and the last resort have looked strong throughout. Manic have a little bit of life left in them, we saw in that previous round, and they had a pretty dominant display. But can they keep that rolling, and they use the guidance of that silver 1 badge to lead the charge? Time can tell. Spawn pick attempt here by Hazard, and if someone stumbles into his bullet hole, I will be sad for them. Sparkins yet again picking up that Twitch, an interesting decision. Again, those shock drones great for clearing out utility in hard to reach places, but can be smited out by both the pests and the mute jammers in the hands of the last resort, Mikey and Bruno respectively. Pilgrim Midge to the roof begins. They're going to be clearing out the hatches and trying to get their way into the building. Going to be a bit of a slaughterhouse on the top floor. As I imagine the extension is going to be held there, as this is going to be a reading room defense. And yes, 2 players backed up all the way by Cocktail, but Panicky left reasonably alone, lurking on the red stairs for an opportunity to strike. He might be able to find that he hears the drop, I'd assume. And I wonder if he's just going to wait for more. He's going to really gamble for this one. He's going to see the second player dropping. That's Pogo down. Lobs a C4 for good measure. Might even get 2 for it. No, that's a single kill, but that's going to be enough to disrupt this entry and get that early man advantage for the last resort.
Well, goodbye, Pogo, the queen of air jabs, but unfortunately, losing 1 for Manic is not going to be good at all. But, we'll just have to see what time brings us with only just over 100 seconds left on the clock. Still in that match point, but Kid being able to get Sparkins with that Nitro cell there, not looking good for Manic at all, making it a 5v3. But, Chaps is still left in the pool. He can maybe bring something back as we say goodbye to Phantom, as Hazard says goodbye to Skid as well. But the refrag going out by Chaps on Hazard with a clean headshot loads. Someone going to be coming from the left, just managing to take him out as Panicky says goodbye to Chaps.
Well, he was caught a little bit unaware. He had his magazine halfway between his gun and his tactical rig, and he was smited out by that Mozzie at the end of the day. And that's going to be map number 1, Cafe, going in favor of the last resort in a pretty dominant fashion. But again, Team Manic had some great showings. They have some great potential. They just need to build on that momentum. But 7-2, pretty rough-looking scoreline, but they can build upon that, of course. So that is map number 1 of the evening. But don't forget, this is a best of 2. We have 1 more map of action for you. And, saying action for the map we're going to next, it kind of upsets my soul a little bit. We're going to go to Oregon next up. So can't wait for that one. A map that I've cursed to see so many times, but again, it's consistent and a good measure. And as I described it, a team where good teams can go to die. So perhaps Manic can get some points out of this showing because well, yet to get any from this Playday. So I believe if production have informed me correctly, we're going to be throwing up to a quick break to get everything set and ready for our. Okay, nope.
Oh,
Shiro is
well.
telling me not now. Thank you very much. Not so we're just gonna have to a bit of analytic work there. So, the last resort. I think for me, what I saw was a team that were very well oiled. They were very well regimented. They understood exactly where they needed to be, where each other would be, and it was a very, very good display of a well regimented team breaking down a map to its core components and just being as efficient as you could be.
Well, I agree with you, but I don't agree with you. Now, there's a lot of things which Manic done well, and there's a lot of things that they didn't do well. It's sort of getting repetitive now, but Manic, they're a really good team, don't get me wrong. You know, climbing their way from open into is this Contenders or Major?
This is a contenders game.
This is Contenders. So, being able to climb from open to Contenders, they did do really well last season in EEG. Hopefully, they can bring more to the table in the upcoming maps, but well, including the next map, which is going to be Oregon. But unfortunately, I do not think that they played the best they could there in the map of I forgot the name already, Cafe. But I do think now we are clear to go for a break, if I am right.
Yes, we are. So we'll be throwing up to a
Yes.
quick break. Once we're ready to hop back in the action, we'll be back. And, well, hopefully you all have time to go grab a drink, some refreshments, and get ready because the second map is on the way, and that's going to be Oregon.
You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out, pushed you out, pushed you out. Don't let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess, tied by all these chains. Open my eyes now, I clearly see. Struck our key, yeah. Can we be free? You pull me up, yeah. Can we be free? And I put you down.
Send my heart into the sound, slowly drifting into your arms. It blows away in new directions. It's your turn to know something that is real. The Milky Way, I feel your splendor. You're the weakness that I find. It melts away into Slowly drifted into your arms. It blows away in new directions. It's your time to know something that is real. The Milky Way, feel your splendor. You're the weakness that I find. It melts away into forever. Lesson learned, and I know that it was real.
Hello,
we-
everybody. You
Hello.
were ready. I was ready. That's why you don't go eat mid-broadcast, Grayson. But we're back. We are back, and we've got some time to burn. We've got some excitement. We've got Oregon next up in our second map of the day between Team Manic and the Last Resort. So, who's gonna win? Who do you think? Go on. Straight predictions. Because I'm looking at the channel point predictions right now, and I'm seeing a lot of yous are going with the Last Resort. You know, we do 7-2 victory on Cafe makes sense. Safe money. You know, no one's risking the 100K on Manic. You know, what if they come out and win that? All the money is yours. Channel points, not money. This isn't real gambling.
Well, I am happy to say I will put a singular Red Bull on the line today. And that, you know what? I'm going to support the boys. I'm going to bring it home for the people who carry me. One singular Red Bull on the line if Manic win. Okay? If they lose, I give you a Red Bull. Okay? But trust me, they're going to win, all right? Oregon, they're prepared for this, okay? They've been through hell. You know, the first game, let's just say that was a warm-up, all right? I know Manic really well, okay? They're a lot better than this. And, you know, in the intermission there, I was having a little chat with Chapsticks. He even admits he wasn't playing the best, but okay. You know, TLR, all I'm going to say for this map, look out.
Okay, we're telling the luck. Okay.
I'm acting like I'm on that team here.
Yeah, you are. You know, I mean, you're just good friends with them. There's no bias here at all whatsoever. We are. I should probably have my production chat open up that know what's going on. And everyone in Twitch, where we are in the delay. By the way, someone pointed out to me, Vapor. I know you're out here in the shadow realm DMing me that our clock is decent. It's perfect on the clean feed, but it really does show that there is a delay on the stream. If people couldn't realize that, Vapor, shaking my head for you not being able to calculate that one yourself. Uh, he's gonna flame me for that one. I have a sneaking suspicion.
Well, I mean, there is the match in 2 minutes and 35 seconds, so we're back with a waffle, you know. But tell me, what were your thoughts on that last game, and how do you think that this game is going to be different?
I think this is gonna be okay. I give it 3 rounds, and we're gonna see where this game is going. I think the Last Resort have shown their class. I think it's pretty clear to show that on Cafe they were the better team. The results indicated some rounds were a lot closer than others, but overall and the net performance, the Last Resort were just were just better. They were stronger. They were more concise. They seemed to have a bit more of a purpose as they were moving through the objective and getting everything cleared out. They broke the map down into kind of easy to deal with sections, top down clears. They didn't try to force their way through bakery. They were very structured and rigid in the way that's good. That same format that they brought on Cafe will work effectively on Oregon. And it's down to Team Manic if they can be disruptive to that style of play. If they're going to meet them at the entry and if they can read into what is going on. If they can see that, okay, the Last Resort are pushing in these certain areas. If they're coming in from a small tower in Oregon, for example, if they can position people there to make that adjustment quickly and try and cause some, to reap the results of that read and get some kills and burn some time on that entry, it's all down to making those reads and can they make the adjustments quick enough to really counteract the Last Resort.
Well, I mean, I agree with what you said completely. You know, they have to do a lot to be able to pull it back against the Last Resort. I mean, I find it funny how not even the Twitch chat one is back today. They just want to see the action on Oregon, and I know the producers hate me for saying those two words in the same sentence, action and Oregon, but, it's going to happen, all right? We're going to see it. Oregon is going to have action today. I'm telling you, Whip It. It's going to happen.
That's a brave statement. I mean, it might have action in the final 40 seconds of a round, but will we see it in the rest of the round? I don't know. I think it's a safe bet to say we're going to see pretty slow starts to rounds and very explosive ends as Oregon tends to be. It's like a powder keg filling up. It just fills up with more gunpowder until the final 40 seconds and someone ignites it into a blast of action. And I mean, those are the moments that you love to watch and see. It's just a shame it takes so long to get to them on a map like Oregon. But it's just interesting to see how this is all going to work. And yeah, Twitch chat doing its thing.
Well, they are doing a little bit of egging on for both sides, but yeah, it's gonna be a good map. I'm calling it. Okay, we've had our first game. It's maybe not gonna be. It's maybe not been the best game, but the second map is gonna be a lot better. But I think it is good to point out that we will have a game straight after this. We'll be seeing PG Tips versus LionsCreed going head to head against each other, and I believe the casting duel for that is gonna be Barn Owl and Eback, if I'm correct.
Yep, big Barnell. You're everyone's favorite casting duo will be there. There. Oh, and I'm looking. I think I'm going to be watching that one from the sidelines, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I mean, Lions Creed, they've got some, some roster issues, some other stuff going on where they can't play at their full strength. So, it's interesting. Sorry, Twitch. Yeah, you
Yeah.
know what you're doing in Twitch. I've got it open. And I've darn been distracted. But
Me as well.
best way to fill our little bit of a time. But we're just still looking at this. I've completely lost my train of thought.
As well.
Twitch chat, you do this. Oh, it's about Lions Creed. They're not running at max capacity. They're not running at their main roster for inside of ECS with some suspensions and stuff. So, again, a little bit unfortunate for them, but they're still a strong roster. The core of that roster is strong, and I think they have a lot of experience to pull on, even with the people that they're subbing in. And then PG Tips, they're certainly going to be looking to try and take on Lions Creed just for that namesake. Lions Creed are always a massive team inside of the T4 UK scene, as well as in all the leagues they play on. And just look at their dominance in Louvard, for example. They really are a massively strong team over there. So there's a bit of target on their back, and I think PG Tips are trying to score a bullseye in that game.
Absolutely. I mean, with 1 minute left, I hope we're going to be able to get into the game for today. Well, as you said, not running to the best of its ability. A bit like our observer's Wi-Fi connection today, as we try to load into Siege, but we're not having that much luck. Hopefully, we will get into it soon and get straight back into the Oregon action. That's going to be my new catchphrase for today, Oregon action. But we are just waiting, to be honest. I love how the producer has edited it to match in a lot. I love that.
Yes, a lot of time. We are again. No, our glorious red fish avatar observer just had to do a few little restarts and text, but he'll be back in the action to guide us through a lot. And as he described it, as he's mentioned in our production, our 6 machine broke. So it do be not running as intended. That is Siege. That's the game we all know and love.
Well, I mean, the best we can hope for is that we get into this within the next 5 minutes. Worst case scenario, we have to waffle for about 5 minutes. So what I'm gonna do is just get comfy a little bit.
I mean,
But-
I've got all the time in the world to burn. I'm sitting here. I'm waiting. I'm gonna be awake until the early hours in the morning, waiting for this McGregor fight. I've unfortunately paid the pay-per-view because I'm a good boy and don't use those illegal streams. Stay no white. Don't hunt me down for even mentioning illegal UFC streams. But I'm looking forward to that. So I've got plenty of time to burn. Hopefully, it doesn't take that long to get everything resolved into the action.
Hopefully not at all, but second map, Oregon, Oregon action, Manic, TLR, sorry, the last result. I'm excited. Okay, it's gonna be a great map to witness. They're both good teams that we've witnessed in the first map of today, which has been Cafe. If you have just tuned in, you will have noticed that we did see Manic get a devastating loss to the last resort on the previous map, which was Cafe. But, I'm putting my money, as I said, that Manic are going to be able to pull back the second map. Now, the likelihood of this is about 1 out of 1,000 after viewing the first map. But,
I wouldn't.
yeah.
Oregon is a map where anything can happen. Before it was reworked, how many random T million or like T million teams from NA were able to have massive upset results on it before the rework. And it still holds a lot of the same kind of status. It is a map where if you can get the rhythm of it down, if you can get the structure, if you can get every single step by step situation down and precise and well perfected, you can have great results against no matter who you're against, because stuff like gunfights become a little bit secondary on the map. Yes, it's always great to have the backup of great mechanics, but when it comes down to it, you have to clear every position. You have to get control of elbow, for example, in the basement. You have to get control of pillar. You have to you get the hatch open. There's a very set routine you must do to get certain executions to work. And teams that are more structured and well oiled will benefit from that system more than perhaps teams that rely on their mechanics.
Well, I mean, it's one of those maps, either it can go really well for a team, or it can go absolutely worst it's ever been, terrible, never gonna play that map again, uninstall the game, just throw your PC out the window. It can be one of those games, and that is what I call waffling, by the way. So,
It's add as many words to a sentence which are unnecessary and add no extra meaning. That's a waffle for you.
yeah, so I mean, if that's all I gotta do, looking at the next map, I think it's gonna be good, excellent, really well played, smart, fascinating, interesting. I think I already said that. I've failed a waffle. This is why I'm a play-by-play. I'm absolutely terrible at color.
You'll get there. You'll build up all the skills you need sooner or later. It's just a gauntlet. It's a trial by fire, a gauntlet. That's all casting is once you're starting off. But this is yeah, this is a fun one. We don't know when this game is going to go live.
We do not.
Hold up. I wonder.
I think the issue is that some issue.
Soon.
Oh,
Soon.
oh, oh.
Oh.
I mean, looking at the observer's screen, his siege, it's launched. That's better than last time,
Okay.
but it's offline. It's offline.
Okay, that's not. It's meant to be online. Now clearly he has internet because he's here in the call.
Indeed.
Yeah, so it's Uplay, Ubisoft Connect, Siege servers, you name one. That's your culprit for this evening's delays. It's a good evening of games. So I just want to get in. I just want to see the conclusion of this best of two. But Ubisoft be like, nah.
They're just like, just forget about ECS. They don't matter. We just want to take a break. But it's really not looking good at all when we are trying to witness a second map. But unfortunately, Wi-Fi connections say otherwise. However, I think we're gonna see that soon change to a lot again in a couple of minutes as he tries to reconnect for the fourth time now.
He'll get there. He'll get there. As all right, I know we're in the delay, so talking about Twitch chat is a bit wonky. But Kenny, go in there. Start the game, casters. Yes, we have complete control of everything. We are the casters. We're the voice you hear, and thus we write the script for the lobby. We write the script for every single gunfight you see in it. So yeah, there's Kenny. That is my rival actually for the next set of votes for the ECS staff wars. So I mean, it's gonna be a war. I don't know how I'm gonna have to advertise myself to win that one, because if I do, that's 2 times in a row. Just to flex. The only reason I want to win is just to flex the 2 doors. That's it. That's all I want to do.
Yeah, and to obviously put it as your pinned tweet saying the winner of ECS.
Oh no,
Force.
my pinned tweet's never changing. It's
what, saying silence you can caster to Jerry?
yeah, it has
Really?
to be. Did it get me the dub on the vote? It did, and the same day he was announced for UKIN nonetheless. So
Well, I mean, maybe you could do a Jerry and throw it in your bio saying a 2 times ECS Steph 4 champion.
I would, but I'm out of space on my bio. I cannot write anything else on it. It's completely full. So it's
Well, here, let me teach you a little trick, alright? You know where you have your duo section and it says 2 doors?
yeah.
You can replace those 9, 10 characters, I think, around that. You can replace those with 2 singular door emojis.
See, that would work if it was his Twitter handle, but I'm not gonna be like I'm not putting your Twitter handle in there. It's just not how things work. It's not polite, to say the least. Speaking of Twitter DMs, hold on, let me just check this real quick. No, nothing important. I'm struggling. Twitch chat, give me something to waffle about. We've got it's a podcast, right? It's two random casters talking about something. Twitch chat.
Well, I think I can replace talking with waffling, but
What else are we gonna do?
I don't know.
Twitch chat, give me something. Give me a topic. Give me a non-controversial topic to discuss.
I mean,
we're gonna have to wait 3 minutes for them to get here, but you know.
it's a shame as well because the Observer's router is currently rebooting.
There you go.
There we go.
He's
We have
back.
just
He's gonna
lost
be
him.
back soon. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Oh,
It is a shame. However, let's just wait and see if we get anything at all to talk about. You know, the Twitch chat is telling us to get a new observer, SMH. I mean, the
if
only
you want
other
to step,
person-
if you want to step in, man, you know, and face the wrath of face the wrath of door emoji, man. You do you. You know, it's not something I'd want to face. But it's all be good. We'll get it sorted. We'll get it sorted. We'll get it all done, wrapped up, and nice and easy. It'll be there eventually.
Well, I mean, it's definitely giving Manic enough time to discuss what
Certainly
went wrong
is.
in last game.
Yeah, I mean, we know everyone's heard of that, the old trick, you know, you call for a rehost, just pull out your Ethernet cable and, you know, use that as a tactical pause. This time they've went to our observer and they've just nuked his internet. Went, no, we want a tactical timeout. So that's what they've done. That's what's happened.
Absolutely, but it is unfortunate that we are having to have this tactical timeout because, personally, I want to go to bed. But
It's 8:42. No, it's 6:42. And you out here and you're snoozing, bro. Yeah, you're snoozing.
well, okay, hear me out. I wouldn't. You know when you say you want to go to bed, but really you just want to like lie and stare at the ceiling for like an hour, and then just wake up and watch Netflix or something.
Yeah, well, if you want to stay awake and you're in need of staying awake, well, there's a solution. That's a random can of Red Bull that's now empty. Had to bring it up. Yeah. There's not enough product placement in this of Red Bull. I should pick. My count Milosh probably camera. Milosh is over there on my camera perspective. Milosh should need some Red Bull attire. If anyone can think of a suggestion of what we can do for him, that would be great. But I'm
I
running
think
out of
maybe the Mexican hat again. You know what? Let's just. So you're on that side for me, right? Okay. Let's try like if I was to move my head over here, right?
No.
And it'd be like.
No! Whoa! That's the wrong way. I'm staying over here. I'm staying away. Social distancing, man. It can't be too.
Wrong way.
We
Move
can't.
faster, like-
It's social distancing. We can't get too close. You know.
Oh really? Okay. So
Okay,
we have
no.
to be like.
Yes.
Social distancing. Yeah.
Put
Okay.
put a mask on too while not. It won't obstruct your casting.
Do I have a mask? I don't think I do. I do up here.
You should.
could
Oh,
maybe wear a mask.
our
Oh.
overlay made a sneaky appearance there. I saw it.
Oh.
You can't
Maybe.
hide from me. What's going on in the background too?
You know what? Just while we wait, I want a little opinion. So I was gonna save this until tomorrow. So there's a charity event between Manic tomorrow, okay? And I and Adrian made the decision that we would somewhat look like superheroes. It is for the charity special effect. So he is going over the over the top. But I thought I'd look like Iron Man. Caught myself a couple Tony Stark glasses. What do you think?
I'm gonna leave you at a swift no comment for that one.
Wow. These
That's-
cost me £5.99.
£5.99.
okay.
That's that curse. Come on, you can't slap the desk. You get reverb through its arm. Use his chair arm. You don't want the reverb.
Listen, alright,
Amateur,
okay, I tried to put
amateur.
him down on my desk and it just hit. I'm not used to all this moving around. Should I do like a door emoji and just stand up and maybe that?
Do you have a standing desk?
I do not. I have about 1 square meter to sit right now because my bed is directly behind me. There is about that much space between me and my bed right now. Between the edge of my desk and my bed. So I've not got that much at all, but yeah. Maybe I could buy a standing desk or something. I think door emoji told me it was only like €300. Well, not only, like, that's quite a lot, but does look like Jerry, sorry, it's his new name, has found the observing issue, and it's been resolved.
Oh, was you sure it was Jerry's? Did Jerry step up and find it?
I'm not sure. He said it in the Twitch chat. He said, observer replacements found. Game starting in the next few minutes. Stream is on a delay.
Let's go, Jerry! Oh, Jerry, you love it. Who doesn't love Jerry, man?
Who cannot love Jerry? You know, I do love how he's edited his Discord. You know how some people have like Luke, Grissom, and then their last name? You know how some people have that? It's like Jerry has just went for Jerry.
Oh, I saw that on YouTube and it kind of cracked me up a little bit. It was just like, it's Jerry. I don't even want to try and butcher pronouncing your second name.
Jerry.
I don't even. Does anyone know how to pronounce Jerry? This is how much to the bottom of the barrel we're getting to. How do we pronounce Jerry's name?
Well, how many possible ways could we pronounce Jerry's name is the question.
Well, it's his second name, because I've never actually said Jerry's second name. Because I always just call him Jerry or Geraldine. Either of the two variations work. You can call him either. And I should suggest you call him Geraldine every time you cast Yukon. He'll love it. Trust me.
We could call him Gary. Maybe. Let's try. What would a French version be? Gary. No.
No, I don't think we should make him French. That would be that's not good for Jerry.
This is what it came to.
It's desperate time. Can I find any funny props around my desk? I can't.
I have a Walker's cheese and onion crisp packet.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing. I've got nothing to entertain anyone with.
Okay. Let me see if I can. What have I got? Oh. No, that wouldn't work because that's full. I was gonna try juggle, but then I realized that glass is full of water.
Yeah,
there's nothing you can really do to entertain apart from
waffle more.
waffle more.
Yeah, I can't.
Alright.
There's nothing. There's nothing. I can't.
Unpopular opinion. I've got it. Okay.
Oh.
So when you are bored, not when you're hungry. You know, when you're hungry, that's a different situation. Just when you're bored. Do you order a McDonald's?
Well, considering the fact I can't order McDonald's because I live in the middle of nowhere, no.
Oh.
Yeah. You see, I will actually find the distance to the nearest McDonald's to me. It's quite far.
Well, I mean, in the Twitch chat is not happy at all. In the UK, we have Uber Eats now with McDonald's,
Oh, yeah.
so
That was
I can
the
just...
best. I lived in England for a little while, and man, when I was there in university, and being able to get food delivered with Uber Eats or like any delivery, any of those services, was like witchcraft to me. Like I'm from the proper countryside in Ireland, right? Just nothing near me, and just being able to go on my phone and food shows up. I couldn't believe it. It was the best things ever, and we are really, truly at the end of the barrel now.
Truly. I mean, you know, I was just finishing up some schoolwork the other day, and I was like, you know what? I'm bored. So I pulled up the Uber Eats website. I seen there was McDonald's open. I paid £4 to get it delivered to me.
What?
£4.
On
Okay.
top of what was the order?
Well, my sister got something as well, but I got a large Fanta orange. Now, these are actually a scam, you know. Like, a large cup probably only gets filled up to there, and that's probably the exact size
Because if you
as a
ask,
medium.
but see, there's a thing you can do. You ask for no ice, and you get more.
Yeah, well, you know, it's Uber Eats. They're not as fancy as that. You can either, like, you get a burger, you can pick whether it's ham or beef. That's pretty much the only option you get. But I think...
Ham. I've never had an option if it's for burger is ham or beef.
Have you ever had a hamburger or a beef burger?
But ham or you don't get offered at McDonald's ham or beef because
Yeah, you do.
no, you don't.
Listen, right, you go to McDonald's, okay, and you'll say, I want a burger. And then they will say, do you want a hamburger or do you want a beef burger? Now, bear in mind,
They're the same thing. They're the same
No,
thing. They are
they
the
are
same
different.
thing.
I had to select ham or beef. That is no, they are not the same thing.
They are the
Ham and
same
beef.
thing. No, okay, ham and beef are not the same. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, brain getting a bit. I'm so frazzled. But
Ham
you
comes
don't-
from a pig.
You
and
don't go
beef
to a
comes from a
McDonald's and go have and we're here. We're Oregon.
here.
Let's go. Okay. Well, staff predictions: 69% are gonna go for TLR. That's a nice one, and 66 of you are gonna vote for TLR in the community polls. And we are finally ready for our action here on Map 2, Oregon. Oh, we have been waiting so desperately for it. Please deliver, guys, and don't be a Thatcher ban. I beg. I genuinely beg. Not a Thatcher ban.
Well, I'm so happy that we are finally in. I think the observation issues are done, but Whippet, I'm very sorry. We've lost someone very dear to us. We're going to be saying goodbye to Thatcher in the pool of operators
Not
going for today. Oh, and I lost audio for a sec.
That audio jumped in, and I jumped from my chair.
Same here.
That was louder than expected. But Team Manic with their ban, and Jackal isn't making the cut. That is
Well, goodbye to Jekyll, but unfortunately, I mean,
that one's a bit bamboozling, and they get rid of. They get rid of Jaeger. So we're getting intermittent sound on the feed, and it's just like it's nothing, and then boom, siege menu sounds. It's brilliant. But Jaeger now out of the play. Interesting. Normally the catcher out of choice is going to be that Wamai, because getting rid of Wamai is going to be kind of more a blanket ban for positions such as elbow, but Jaeger works too. And Kaid getting forced out again. But you'd expect that with a Thatcher ban on the board as well.
well, saying goodbye to Thatcher, and also saying goodbye for that counter ban as Kaid, I think. We're still going to be seeing Maverick left in the pool, because obviously without that Thatcher, Maverick being the only operator left in the pool of operators remaining, to be able to basically get through any hard breachable surface there is, I think that's huge. But I do want to point out there that Kids didn't pick his operator in time, so he got Maestro. So that's a 6th pick being wasted there for his team as he uses that 6th pick switching over to Goyo. But we do have some Mute and Smoke, an operator belonging to the same family. Maybe going to be used, not sure whether they can be used together as sort of a meta or a collab or something. We will have to see. But going into preparation phase, we are going to be in dorms and kids' dorms for the first round of the Last Resort versus Team Manic on the map of Oregon. So, I mean, I gotta say it, you know. Producers, whip it, don't hurt me. Oregon action is about to come out.
I'm gonna hurt you. Next time I hear that, I'm going to hurt you.
I'm sorry, okay? Just, I want to hear the action. I want to hear how it happens.
So Twitch chat is now just caught up to our hamburger conversation. And I see Barnall going, is Grissom suggesting a hamburger is made out of ham? Yes, see, Barnall, I agree. Thank you, Barnall. See, hamburgers are not made out of ham, they're made out of beef, so why would they ask if you want ham or beef?
Okay, well, listen to me, alright? When I got the offer, it asked me whether I wanted ham or beef. Ah, yes, the famous Mr. Pork.
Barnall, thank you for being my savior on this dark evening. Thank you.
Listen, okay. When I ordered, I got the option of ham and beef, okay? They asked me whether I wanted a hamburger or a beef burger. And then same for the cheeseburger. They asked whether I wanted a hamburger or a beef burger.
I think you were going to some shady back alley McDonald's here. That's not how things work.
But they are in the center of my city.
It's some off-brand chain, but the waffle of Oregon shall begin, because we're not yet to see any action here. It's the top floor defense, and again, looks like Manic are going to try and get some presence from side of master bedroom, as we see those silhouettes all the way over by Attic as well. So it's going to be indicative of push, the two-prong assault that many teams like to employ. But as time drains away, it's an interesting see they haven't made a lot of progress to doing it. Now we hear the first sets of Salmas breaching away, an NA smoke nade tossed out. That's not going to be ideal for the health of this push. Another Salma going to open up that Attic wall, the pressure Bruno, who's going to be on that smoke position inside of Attic. He got that SMG-11, a trusty sidearm at his side. Can he make it work at that long distance, as well as be aware of the opened up position behind him? Because that could be very dangerous if he just reveals himself for a split second. But these gas canisters covering this position and burning away the clock, which is going to be his greatest ally as Skid breathes in some of that noxious gas. And he's going to be reduced in HP just a small amount as he preps to get rid of that shield. The first Goyo is burning, the second one now as well, as Bruno has no more hard cover to fight around. But again, a very fearsome opponent with that shotgun and SMG-11 combination, that close quarters fight. But less than a minute left to go, and no kills on the board as Phantom looks like he's preparing to push in by that Hunter's Lounge. And can Bruno hold his ground instead of Attic? No, he can't. He's going to be slain out there. And that's a massive loss early. Just smoke, but obviously till he's seemingly gone as Pogo credited with that kill. And now is going to be the push. That's going to be a signal to swarm in his sight, but cautiously still waiting for the moment with 30 seconds to go. The player on that repel spotted out, but Skid's going to get one of his own on the Kuvu. And now everything's unraveling for the defense of the last resort as Hazard holding his ground by the bunk beds, as well as Oculus there on support. But that's going to be Phantom shutting him down as Panicky off the board. Now a 2v5. Hazard fires back, but Oculus only to get traded away. And now in a 1v4, that's all she wrote as Phantom shuts down Hazard, and Team Manic open us up with a very successful first round.
With it, I think I said something at the start, and I think that's just been proven in the first round. Manic had given it the role to be able to pull back what was, the first part of a devastating game, but going on to the second map, they've actually done good in the first round, and I mean, obviously this is the only first round, they've still got a long way to go before even getting close to bringing home the championship, but they are showing them who is superior at this point. As we see Hazard sick picking over to Vigil as well. But we are seeing actually two hard breaches being brought out by the last resort as well. Sorry, Team Manic there. I've got them the wrong ones. Two hard breaches being brought out as well as two soft breaches, with also Pogo playing the Nomad, using those to stop the pesky little flankers and rotators who are trying to push around to basically backstab them. But drone work going out in the preparation phase. Hopefully we can see some good plays this round. Certainly in the first round there was quite a lot as Chaps gave it his all as well, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I said as we were getting ready for this matchup, it seems very, very long ago because of our issues, but we got into the action nonetheless. But I was saying, these first 3 rounds are going to be very important to seeing how everything works out. And so far, Manic has seemingly brought a little bit of that extra tempo and pace to their offense, and the last resort couldn't really retaliate against that in our opening showing. Again, early days, only first round, so still, it could be a complete sweep from the last resort now, and that's for all we know. But Manic looking like they've took their lessons from Cafe, and they're going to try and play a different style. It looks like Elbow hasn't been opened up for that rotate down inside of that base. An interesting choice, but Hazard lurking up in T3. Another interesting one. Okay, sorry for the use of the word interesting. I know it's a caster's bane, but he can sit and lurk up here for an opportune moment to strike. And if he's left unchecked and can sit there and wait, he can cause absolute untold damage. And he might have someone repelling into him very soon. It looks like they're cautious of him. Poke was seemingly aware that he's going to be under threat. I wonder if he's going to take the gamble on that repel, but Sparkins loses a life. Kid Kuva shuts him down. That's going to be the MP5 sing away, and Malusi claims the first life, drops back down the site, and that's going to be a zoom and boom strategy. Gets one, runs back to site, and forces them to chase for that refrag, but they're not going to be able to get it.
Well, it is definitely a bloodbath going on so far, as it's going down to a 5v3, as Hazard being able to just get that hit on Phantom, taking him out. The last result are not happy after that last round, but being able to do somewhat, bringing it back on this round in particular, as the ace charges go on the hatch, ready for the hatch drop on Skid, taking quite a lot of health from it, but he goes in, he's giving it his all. He manages to get one, as Pogo manages to take 2. It's now a 2v3 left in the point. Pogo manages to take 3 now. it's unbelievable. Hazard taking out Chaps, making Hazard being the last one left for the last resort. But if he even goes for it, Hazard is going to be taking out Skid. He's not doing long at all, but Pogo going for the wallbangers Nomad, not being able to do anything at all, but he's alerted on where he is. He's trying to just get that wallbang, but it's not doing a thing at all. He's going to be using the hatch drop to rotate back down the stairs, but Pogo is on top now. I think he has the advantage in the high ground in this situation.
Well, as Hazard's holding this position, the Nomad has to drop into that position, and Pogo left on such a low HP can't even afford to take such a risky maneuver. So, pistol in hand with quicker sprint speed and rotating down by the main stairs in Laundry. The camera spots it out, and that's going to relay information to Hazard that now, okay, the threat's going to come from Laundry. And well, this is going to be a massive blow. Now inside of Freezer, but he's still trying to bide his time. Not quite sure of what approach he wants to make, but Hazard all the way back by Bunker. Pretty safe position. No one's going to be challenging him just quite yet. And he can just sit and wait this clock out. The Banshees are there to slow down this push, and this aggression from Pojo is going to take so much longer. Sprays to the dead body of Bruno, but well, I think this is all she wrote with 10 seconds left. The bullet holes in the hand of Hazard, but the Jews have been grabbed quickly, and we're going to hear the plot going down. We won't have the benefit of 0-0 for this one, so Hazard's going to have to make a move and make it quickly. It's going to be very, very close, but doesn't matter. The low HP on Pogo is going to shut him down as Hazard gets that kill, and that's going to be a round back for the good of TLR. That's going to be tying us up 1 round apiece.
Absolutely. Round 3 going onto it now. Evening out the rounds, as you said. They done really good that round, I gotta say. It was Pogo in particular that stood out for me with a lot of those good kills. And a lot of those clean headshots as well, which is absolutely incredible. And you'll love to see it from Manic. But if we could maybe just take a look at the kills so far in the first 2 rounds from our lovely observer. He just pulls those up for us. There we go. We're going to see Hazard absolutely carrying the team for TLR, with only Kid being the only one with 1 kill left there. And also Pogo and Skid, and also Phantom as well, well, not really carrying, but bringing the game for Manic. As, you know, it's not really going well for Sparkings, bringing it home with 0 kills, but indeed 2 deaths.
Still early days though, so the scoreboard might not give us the most accurate sentiment of the story of this matchup. So rounds all tied up now, moving into our third and the second time of asking this upstairs hold in Kid's bedroom. Can the last resort make it stick? We saw a very strong hold inside of Attic, and Bruno was able to hold his ground for a pretty long period of time. He had the Vulcan shields there deployed by Goyo to help cover him, as well as the toxic canisters he possesses. So perhaps a commitment of more utility from Hazard, who's going to help back this up. But again, the ban of Jaeger that we saw is very interesting. I just looked up to see who it was in the overlay, and both Kaid, apparently Kaid was banned twice. They just don't like Kaid. He didn't make the cut at all. But the Jaeger ban is going to really limit the amount of utility they can stop and catch, and seeing Hazard picking up that Wamai perhaps is going to be, or perhaps might be a sign that they might struggle for a lot of these catcher, or struggle for amount of utility getting tossed out, because they have very limited numbers of those Wamai pancakes that can stop utility such as flashbangs and those explosives.
Absolutely. I mean, I think just one thing to point out, because I wasn't aware of this, I thought we saw the same observer, so a big huge thank you to Tudors for stepping in on the observation of this game today. Well, for the second map of today. Unfortunately, we did have a lot of issues getting into the map, and we went on to the whole hamburger discussion, but looking at it now, we're going to see the attic being opened by Manic using Sparkings and Barnet pellets there, as Bruno just going to be contesting this behind both Goyo's shields, but smoke grenades going out, the SMG-11 in hand, hopefully going to be able to take one as Kid manages to take out Chaps with a clean headshot there from the objective itself, but I don't see any main combat going on apart from hard angles being held, but Phantom being all by himself on this little balcony, hopefully going to be pushing, but they're going to have to do something soon as Manic recovers the diffuser, and time is running out. It's not urgent, they've still got 100 seconds left on the board, but with a 5v4 situation, Chaps being the only one going down, Bruno and Oculus are really going to have to bring something soon as they start contesting from this attic window now and push from the bottom. Oculus also getting a clean headshot on Sparkins, making another one go down. That's going to pretty much make this a living hell for Manic, making it a 5v2, as also Pogo is going to be knocked in the attic. Panicky managing to take out Skid, leaving Phantom all by him lonesome himself, is probably going to be able to pull off the res for this round. but Bruno just being able to get that clean CK, making this a flawless round for the last resort.
Bruno going for his celebratory spins there as he drops the hatch and finds those 2 kills to close out a flawless round. And well, the round was really just spelled out by the kill of the ace. Every bit of Harbridge utility by that Habana was dedicated to the Attica. Once that ace died without the Selmy opening up that last bedroom wall, well, that was a very round to recover as well. Let's not forget about Oculus fighting all those bodies through that window. And you can't play him. He's still not available. So I imagine we're going to be seeing that the Shanghai 6 picked away. And yes, we are. He's going to be very wise too. But, Oculus kind of suppressing through that window inside of Bunks and causing chaos in T2, as well as Bruno pouncing on that opportunistic moment to find those 2 kills. It was a very dominant round for the last resort. And now we're at that round 6, and we'll kind of see the pace of this game. Manic looked a little bit closer to the last resort in terms of Oregon, but I still think last resort might be able to edge this one out. They seem just to be a little bit more comfortable in those last 2 rounds that they won, and when they were tricky situations like that 1BX where we saw Hazard on that vigil against Pogo on the Nomad.
Bomb located by
Just
attackers.
that last game on Cafe to me is going to really stand for last resort, really kind of show to me that they have that composure, the ability to win this one out. And closer game here in Oregon so far, but I still think that they're going to be able to close this one out.
Well, I'll have to agree with you there. I do think they're going to be able to pull it home. But, I mean, the caster's favorite words once again. We'll have to wait and see what Oregon brings us. But looking into it now, with the round just starting off, I'm going to be pushing in from no particular angles. I can actually. Oh, never mind. We're going to be pushing in from the attic area. But also leaving Chips all by himself with a diffuser. Never mind. He's going to be pushing back now, I think. Hopefully, I was going to see him pushing down the completely other side. Maybe going for a counter push or something as we go down to the objective of Kitchen. But Panic, he's already going to be quite far in, just holding this tight angle. Stopping any attacking from Team Manic, trying to even counter contest that. But Claymore's going to be going down on the rear stairs, as we're also going to see a lot of the Last Resort holding up this top angle, but Phantom's not going to stand for it at all as he pushes in, trying to get some of these kills, but no sight of anyone yet.
This is going to be a very strong defense on the second floor, and Oculus holding his ground with his MP5. He's got that 1.5x to help fight this longer range position, but just his pure presence, him existing there, is going to add a bit of a headache to Team Manic. But it does seem that they've decided to opt for a different strategy, rotating away, but Pogo is still trying to take that engagement. Panic is going to get lit up through a drone hole, I believe, instead of Kitchen. Yeah, I think it was. That's an unfortunate way to lose your life. But he's going to be able to help relay that information. He's still not completely out of the fight. Phantom trying to get control of Kid Storm. Pre-fires towards White Stairs, and Oculus lucky to keep his head on his shoulders. But this position can be very strong to hold, but he's going to fall back and help shore up the lines inside the site. Hazard still playing a Kid Storm, shotgun in hand. Tries to get aggressive from the window to displace that Ash, but can't quite find the shot to do so. The time drains away. Last Resort in a good position, still having an active player on that second floor. You can might even get the kill on that Nomad because that low HP advantage. But just persisting here is going to slow down this push, and as you should know, time is the enemy of the offense, and just persisting here, that mute is going to cause so much damage to this push.
Absolutely. I mean, Sparkin's just going in for that little stun grenade, but it's not really going to be doing anything major. It's already worn out, but he's going to be pushing in. Imagine to take out Hazard there, making it a 3v5 for the Last Resort. As Team Manic left as their full stack as they were, Bruno watching this hard angle on the stairs as well. Sparking's going to be taking out Kid as well. We're also going to be saying goodbye to Sparking as Bruno manages to pull it off, but Bruno also going down to Pogo, making it a 1v4 situation. Now Chaps planning the diffuser, all brave, but Skid not even needing to plant as he manages to take out Oculus in that final play of that round.
Very strong round by Manic there, and he certainly faced stiff competition by the Last Resort, who held their ground upstairs very well, and they were able to delay the push as long as they possibly could, but just wasn't quite enough, and that finds ourselves in a 2 rounds apiece situation moving into our 5th round. And the laundry room will be of asking yet again for the Last Resort. A good start on the offense for Team Manic, and often a good half on the offense can spell success here in Oregon. So you got to imagine that Team Manic are feeling good about their position right now, but still want to get a few more rounds to help help put them in the best position to close this one out or get themselves a draw. How they're going to opt to bring that Valkyrie this time, 6 picking away from the Vigil, and then flashing that could add a little bit of concern to the minds of Team Manic, who might be more wary of their drone presence, and again, that could eat into the time preservation. So basement yet again, and we're going to see probably an interesting strategy. Yeah, they're going to not even risk elbow at all. They're going to completely reinforce this up, and Bruno, a strong smoke player, I'm sure everyone who knows him has seen the plays he can pull off. That SAS operator isn't going to play in a position where he can make some massive plays. He's going to opt to keep that safe and secure and not even risk the potential ground lost he was to find himself at the wrong end of a rifle. And cameras going upstairs by Hazard, and I imagine this is going to help assist any possible roam presence, and again, give that extra added information as this round progresses. You never know when you might hit a camera when your teammates could be making that last-ditch attempt to hold on to the objective.
Well, the camera placements are really going to be a big thing in this game in particular. I mean, in every game, really, especially in Oregon, with the amount of obvious places there is, not really many places to hide. It's one thing I like about this map. You can't really be missed in one of these situations, but I really don't see how a Black Eye is going to be any different in this situation. But using them in their favor for intel now, hopefully going to be seeing quite a few pushes up by Manic in different orders, instead of just seeing them all push in from the same angle. But Skid and Pogo go in for their usual stretch. Sorry, well, actually, Skid's going to be on the second floor, soon to open this hatch, I think. But he's going to need a hard breach's assistance to get through that, as it is hard as nails. But Hazard is also going to be roaming around on the first floor right now. I think he might also have a little encounter with maybe someone from Manic, but they're not going to risk anything as the air jabs go down, and Sparkin's also going to be rotating up through the construction site, hopefully going to get into a nice position to get some of these kills on the board. But Hazard is really just going to be holding a hard angle with no one there to actually contest it. They're just going to work hard on opening this hatch. Habana pellets are down. Now they're really just waiting to get that open for the drone work to go in, but Bruno's Valkyrie cam is going to come in handy straight away, alerting the rest of the team where they are, but he's not going to go for a scan and make it obvious. So he's going to undo that hatch and straight away go for a couple shots, but doesn't really manage to do anything serious as he loses quite a lot of health getting hit there, which is unfortunate. But Phantom is really going in for it right now, going in for a drop, getting smoked out by Bruno as the Nitro also goes out by Bannicky, not being able to take anyone out. But if Chaps, as playing as the ace, can get this hard wall open, then he's going to be able to get a lot of hits on Bruno and a lot of last resort, which is going to be quite a good play indeed.
Pogo acting as a spear tip here, trying to make a way forward one for his team. He gets inside of sight, but peeked out by Bruno, who shuts him down with that SMG-11. Both SAS operators playing in close proximity to each other. A good crossfire established. Phantom playing a nice angle with that pixel peek through the shield. The Sparkins gets aggressive, but gets lit up from a distance. Trying to jewel his way inside, but as that time drains away, it's going to be a tricky situation. Smoke counter is tossed out as Panicky gets aggressive. Misses the initial shots of the SMG-11, but finds a fantastic shot there. Shuts down Chaps, and now the Fuser stuck in no man's land. Who tossed it at a C4 and gets one on a skid, and now everyone's seemingly hearing that dinner bell ring, looking for some frags, and really closes one out. Panicky gets his second, and now it's all over as his third falls for Panicky, and that's going to be a flawless round for the last resort here, and a very, very convincing round. You couldn't ask for a much better performance.
You really couldn't. They're really bringing the game so far, but we're on round 6, which is going to be the last round of the Switch, so hopefully we're going to see something good or something really excellent brought to the table by Team Manic to be able to even out the score, but I'm not sure if it's going to be able to done as we maybe advance up to 4-2 or just even the score out to 3-3 on this last round of the Switch.
Certainly so, and this is one of the most important rounds so far in this for Team Manic. If they can get themselves all tied up on their offensive split, that sets themselves up for a very good opportunity to get some points in this matchup. But again, the last resort after that last round, you got to think that they're going to be on high morale, and that was a dominant performance, and I don't think they have any intent of slowing down. Once again, upstairs to kids' dorms, and they hold on to this one. I think we're not going to see too much variation in strategy. Same operator lineup that we're used to, so we're going to see those Goyer shields placed instead of Manic. Bruno there to back them up. It's all going to be down to what Team Manic can present. We saw two very different variations of how this played out in this game so far. And the last time we were here, Team Manic found themselves at the wrong end of Bruno's SMG-11 as well as the MP5 wielded by Oculus deep inside of Kid's room. This time he's going to bring that Malusi instead of that Wamai, and some operator shuffles of roles, perhaps because Hazard's now grabbed that Wamai.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I mean, the Wamai coming into play is really going to help quite a lot, I think, especially slowing down any of these little annoying frag grenades coming into the point. But maybe also taking out some of the flashes as well, which is going to be quite a big advantage for the last resort. But in the last round of the Switch, you know, I keep expressing how important this round is for Team Manic, because if they are going on to a defense switch last round they really weren't good at all, then they really have to bring it all on their attack to see how it plays out. But as you said, Whippet, this map is why good teams go to die. So we'll have to see what times bring us and see how this is played out.
Yeah, lots of time still in this round. Only we're at the end of our first half, so still some time for the tide to turn. Sparkin's doing a bit of parkour there, but this is going to be the commitment of all the ex-Kairos pellets to open up this attic wall. We saw previously Team Manic lost their ace in this position, and they weren't able to do a whole lot of progression once they lost that Selma. The rest of those ex-Kairos pellets still deployed. And now the hard breach inside of Master Bedroom can begin. That's going to give them the opportunity for the two-pronged assault. Many teams have seen regular enough to become the default strategy. And that opened up that position. It's going to make it difficult to move around the site, splitting it in half and making it hard for the defenders to sit comfortably and play their core position. But Hazard down below spots that drone. No one's active on it, so he might be able to creep on past, and he's done so. He can pounce at the right moment. Just think of the damage he can cause. He hears the air jab. He sees the air jab, and it detonates on the staircase. But he's aware of Pogo's position, lands some damage, can't win the fight. Yes, he does win the fight. He's going to get chased all the way down the stairs. But Sparkins thinks better of committing all the way down the Harry Potter right now. His team low on time to make this execution work. And the gas cannon by Bruno are going to choke this push out and delay it. Make it grind to a halt with a minute left to go. This roamer of Hazard can still make a massive impact.
There's going to be a lot of work going into this. Probably going to have to give it all they have as Pogo always going down. Well, I'm not going to say always, I'm going to say going down quite a lot. But he has brought quite a lot to the table in the past, as Chef's been able to get that headshot on Panicky, evening out the teams now to make it 4-4. But Bruno is also going to get a knock in this situation on Sparking, so he really is going to have to try take him out, but Phantom is going to have his back as he tries to get the res, but Bruno is not going to be happy at all as Phantom manages to get the headshot, and Hazard's taking him out, evening out the teams once again, making it a 3v3. But Sparking's getting that, he's getting his revenge actually on Bruno, managing to make this a 2v3. But actually, I spoke too soon. Oculus being able to take one out, but before I even managed to speak, Team Manic are going to be evening out the rounds, evening out the score, 2-3-3, as they manage to obliterate the last result in that last round of the Switch.
They very much did, and that finds themselves tied up 3 rounds apiece, moving on to their defensive split. So a good result for Team Manic, and as I said, Oregon can be a very different tale of the tape for a matchup, and we've seen that so far, much closer and much more competitive so far. So we're going to see that side swap occur, and we're going to be going down to the basement for the first defense of Team Manic. That's going to be Panicky swapping from the sledge onto the Yana there, so an interesting decision. Both operators bring the frag grenades, so almost like for like, other than the fact you lose your soft destruction and gain that Gemini replicator.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, I mean, Ayana's, I have a love-hate relationship with Ayana, to be completely honest. You know, she can be used really well and like in many people's advantage, but you know, she can just be stupid at the same time. You know, I don't really see her that profitable on any map, to be honest, because let's be honest, right, a mute jammer and she's gone, and with a Thatcher ban, you know, it's really not looking out well at all. And we actually do have a mute in the pool today by Sparking, so
5 seconds remaining.
we'll have to see what time brings and see if they are able
Attackers
to do well.
to locate a bomb and
But,
defuse it.
you know, it's only what time can bring. I keep repeating this phrase, what time can bring, because we have limited time. Only 3 minutes per round, and In reality, that's not luck at all, but as Chaps tries to go for that little wallbang through the barricade, but doesn't get successful with anything. There's barely anyone is there.
So Repel's coming into T3 now, and this is going to be the beachhead, staging the assault for the last resort on the team Manic. So this is going to be exactly what you'd expect. It's going to be a push to get control of tower as well as meeting. Then they're going to be able to open up the hatch, trying to get control of pillar. But Skid's going to be the front row of that resistance. He's going to be playing directly on that hatch, and perhaps position people might not expect him to be. But just sitting there, lurking, lying in wait, trying to cause some chaos. His tracer rounds getting detected to the wall. He's now spotted by a drone, and his days might very well be numbered. He takes a fight, going to get very aggressive, and he's going to get smited down. Finds no damage onto any of the members of the last resort, and he's going to be trading his life away for nothing. His teammate there, Phantom, could have made a play, but he's not going to opt to do so, keeping himself concealed for now. Some shots whizzing through his doorway, and he opts to retreat away. So the hatch is now free for the taking as the rest of the last resort funnel on in to get control of that meeting room, and that's going to be a massive victory for the offense and a good clear as well as that early man advantage. But can they capitalize and keep pushing on towards that objective and make this execution count? As Pogo playing on the freezer stairs, waiting, lying in wait for someone to stumble into his POV. And that MP5 find the head if asked to do so. Minute 20 left to go. Last resort in a great position, but Manic still holding strong on the objective.
Well, with Manic using Skid, it's not really looking good at all for them, but they have it in them. They can bring it back. I find it really funny as I'm now known as the caster who isn't named Whip It, so I gotta write that down on my career like CV, but Pogo gonna be getting these shots, managing to get the clean headshot on Panky, taking down the useless Ayana, getting 2 managing to take out Oculus. Manic leveling out the teams now. Making it a 3v4. We've got a little issue with the score at the top, but we're gonna have to see what time brings as Pogo loses half health, being able to take down Hazard. Now he is on track for an ace as he gets dead by an edger, but Jeff stealing that off him. Imagine to take out Bruno. It's went from a 5v4 to a 1v4, so we'll have to see how it plays.
Yeah, well, a good kind of swap of roles now is Team Manic in a very dominant position, 4v1, last man standing, Kid Kovo, can he find one? No, Pogo shuts him down, and that's going to be round 7 in the favor of Team Manic. And that's going to be the first, I believe, the first time no, not the first time in this series they've led, but now they're back in the lead, and they might not want to let go of that. Round number 8 coming into now, and I wonder, will they opt to go to kids' dorms? I think no. Meeting and kitchen. I like this a lot. This is kind of an interesting one. They're not opt for the default rotation. They're going to opt to go to a tertiary site, and it's going to be kitchen and meeting of all things. So I imagine we're going to see a large extension upstairs. You often see with this site does lend itself to it. And of course, our fantastic stand-in observer showing us Pogo leading the charge for his team. 9 kills to 4 deaths. He's really been an influential member of Team Manic, and I like to see him continue this tempo to get into the dying round of this matchup. So of course, round number 8 next up.
Absolutely, they've done really well so far by Manic to be able to pull it quite, I wouldn't say pull it quite far up, I'd say even out the rounds, and this is just the last resort's time to go up one, and then like a yo-yo. I say this every time I cast with you with it. It's just a yo-yo going back and forward, until we get all the way up to 6-6, where someone will take the 7-0 point to win the whole game. It's for all the marbles, but until then, it's really just setting up the point, seeing who wins the round, to be honest, until we get that far up. Unless Manic really brings something to this game in particular and manage to take the round, making it a 5v3, making it a 5-3 score. But, same thing as always. Time can tell, time will bring. We'll just have to wait and see what time brings us.
Certainly so, and well, we have lots of it in this round. We've only just got to our action phase. So again, we're going to see the last resort queuing up by the large tower. T3 might be the beachhead to push into this. And looking at the extension, a lot of control has been dedicated. We see that player up in T3 himself, lurking and waiting. His position might be known at this stage. As Phantom playing around by the open rotate inside of inside of Attic, but Skid opting to keep himself intact, running away, not even daring to hold on to T3 in a dangerous position. There seems a lot of information being gathered. Bruno waiting for the call to make that entry. Well, there it goes. We hear the windows getting broken open, and this is going to be the first initial push.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really interesting to see how they're going to pull it off, to be completely honest. You just got to wait and see. But, I mean, I don't know. Like, the Gemini's going in. They do have a mute on Manic's team. It's a lot to take in. You know, how all these operators are working to, like, counter threat each other. But, I mean, before I even managed to finish my sentence, Phantom being able to take out Oculus with a clean headshot, making it a 4v5, sorry. That is quite big, being able to take out the Ash, well, the main fragger. Just from the top, but Skid also being able to get that clean headshot on Panic. It's actually going really well in Manic's favor.
Yeah, certainly a fantastic start. That early man advantage as Panic and Oculus fall, and this is only going to make it more difficult as time progresses. Chap's fully flashed out, his retina's burning, his head is ringing. They can't capitalize on the opportunity to pounce on that Maestro, so that Alder will persist, and he can sit in this position unknown to TLR right now. I wonder if he gets an opportunity to strike. Sparkins gets one of his own hazard falls, and now only 2 members standing. The Alder's going to get turned on and shut down immediately by Kubo as Bruno finds his own on the skid, so perhaps still some life left in the last resort, finding 2 in quick succession and trading off their teammate. But now is going to be the real question. Can they make it count? They've got themselves a beachhead. They got themselves an early bit of advantage, or some ground to fight upon, but can they capitalize? Pogo charging upstairs. The beeper's going to ring away and give away his position. He's just going to try and jewel away. Vertical angles open up, but Pogo holding the top of the white stairs. No one dared even cross that position. Sparkins gets aggressive. He hears the AK-12 rain away, but thinks about the drop. Flirts with the idea of it, but doesn't opt to do so as Bruno creeps inside his sight as Kuvo goes for that plant. The hatches open up, so Bruno's going to get left in the DBNO status, and now the last man standing is going to be that Nomad attempting a plant. The C4 is there, and well, he's going to get tossed out. The C4 gets that kill. The diffuser goes down, but no one's left to defend it. An easy post-plant situation for Team Manic, and they find themselves 5-3 advantage.
I gotta say, when that diffuser was officially planted, I got really nervous to see if Manic were gonna have to pull it off. You know, it was a really nerve-wracking situation. With no one there to stop him, actually, but they managed to pull it off. They're doing well so far. They hit that 5-3 number. They're doing actually, I think, better than well. So we'll have to see how they pull it back. Well, pull it forward in the next 2 rounds, hopefully being able to make it 7-3 for today and win this game, making this map a draw.
Certainly, to me, this is looking like Team Manic might be able to keep building on this momentum. And again, flashing that clash is going to give some headaches to the members of TLR. Like, oh, we're going to deal with a clash. It's likely going to be inside of attic or master bedroom, draining it away. And that might affect the strategy they deploy. But we're going to see that going to get 6-picked away, and Skid's going to pick up that 1 mic. Round number 9 back to the kids' dorms now, and seeing again the Chaps grabbing that Maestro, and Evil Eye's placed in positions that are going to be behind traffic, especially when that breach is opened up, and they're predicting that breach will be opened up because everyone's going to go for that 2-pronged assault. Both hard breaches available, Bruno and Hazard, the Ace and Habana respectively. And that's good to see both getting brought out. Redundancy available, a rotate opened up inside of attic. An interesting decision, and perhaps leading to an extended hold. Imagine if you're going to be trying to go for your normal clear and you're met by early resistance inside of tower. Not something many teams face in the regular, but Phantom, any damage taken, likely by an impact or something team related. He's not going to be too happy with that one.
Well, with the round just starting, you know, I'm actually really curious to see how this round plays off, because Manic have done really well so far. And especially the operator selection as well that they're choosing. Chaps playing that Maestro. Now, Chaps is nasty with those Evil Eye cameras. He's not really managed to get that many, like, damage done with them. But for Intel, he's done amazing with them, especially for just sitting on those cameras for most of the game. But also with Maestro's gun as well, being able to obliterate a lot of the last resort with it. So I'm really curious to see how he's going to bring it for this round in particular. Hopefully being able to make this round the magic number 6. And, you know, being only 1 number away from match point, that is huge. But Skid is actually, well, his health is very concerning. Especially just to see him so low at the start of the round with a 5-5 situation still, so we'll have to see what time brings us worse if Skid is actually able to get any kills, because his health, I'm not sure if it's going to be in his favor, and I'm not sure if it's going to help him at all.
Well, it's certainly not going to help him, because lower HP is going to mean you have less availability to do exactly what you want. You're dictated by that number in the bottom of your screen, but Bruno is going to send Spark into 0 HP and get that opening kill for his team. So a good start for them. Finds more damage in the Pogo as he tries to toss out that goo canister. Gonna light up that Legion to a little bit. Explosion goes off, and Panky's gonna chase that nade all the way down, getting control of Attic. And this is a massive amount of progression so far from the last resort. Getting lots of early control, but it's seeming you saw that the spray down that hatch. I think they're aware. They're seeing this as perhaps an opportunity too good, and wondering if this is a retake strategy. Phantom's gonna get caught by that concussion, by that air jab, by the main stairs. Bruno gets some damage taken as well. Skid's now going for that retake instead of Attic, and it's gonna work successfully. Gets one in the Panicky. A brawl inside of Kid Storm. This chap's gonna get one in the Hazard, and now Team Manic find themselves in a man count advantage. Puvu trying to creep on in, but he's going to be faced with that Maestro. The Alder can sing and give an opportunity, but Puvu finds one. The Alder is going to claim his life in return, a second for that Maestro. And now, yet again, the man advantage with the defenders. 3v2. Can Bruno and Oculus close this one out for his team and get around back for the good? We'll be seeing Team Manic find their way on the match point. Bruno prone, looking for position by the player instead of Attic. An impact tossed out, some damage taken, and that's going to surely okay. Now he knows the player's there, but his ankle spotted out by Skid, shuts him down. It's 2 in the round for him, and now Oculus, the last man standing, has to fight for it, but no, Skid shuts him down. 3 in the round for him, and that's Team Manic on match point here on Oregon.
Absolutely. That magic number now, Whippet. It's only 1 round away until Manic be able to take the game, and there it is on the screen. Match point. Very serious now for the last resort. They really need to try their hardest to be able to pull it back, but still, looking at the kills and, the leaderboards in particular, we are going to see Pogo and Skid being the big boys here with a 9 kills, but the rest of the team aren't really that far behind. They're only a couple kills off, so there's no major carries going on for Manic. But TLR was also doing really well. No major carries with them either. But, let's just see how it goes. Some eyes mirrors going on.
Oh, Tudor's a fan of Mirror as always. Yeah, of course he couldn't let us live that down, but yes, Mirror is in play, and that's going to add that extra step of complication to the strategy as they try his team. As the last resort, they'll try to take this laundry basement hold. Barkin's opting to do the rotation inside of Elbow this time. We saw in the last resort refusing to do it whatsoever, so an interesting change of ethos perhaps, and seeing Pogo setting up this position indicates I think the mirror window will be placed to face in the freezer. I think my prediction is apparently right, yes it is. So that's going to make freezer a very difficult onslaught to try and get control of, and imagine the second one might be facing yet towards bunker doorway, so the primary areas of ingress have been left covered by these mirror windows, and a spawn peek attempt by Skid, and you're going to see that camera removed from play, so he's not going to even opt to go for a second chance of it. A hitbox manipulation, but it doesn't actually work in Siege when looking down. Interesting fact, you don't know. So he's not going to be able to dodge one for that, but no shots land near his skull whatsoever. So long setups, or everything's getting set up and pretty well held so far. A single roamer off to cause some chaos, as well as everyone else bunkering up on site. Mirror windows to help fortify these positions. Look at this, a massive players all by T3. Panicky leading the charge so far, not sending in that replicator, but still getting control of the building early, and a good start as drones and information relayed. The push can truly begin from this beachhead they set up inside of T3.
Well, 5v5 left. Nearly a minute into the round. We've seen no major pushes and still everyone at their full health capacity, but I really want that to change this round. Hopefully with Manic potentially just a little centimeter of chance, because at the start of this game, not sure if you remember, I said that there was a 1 in 1,000 chance of Manic being able to win this round, but I also put my money on them, so,
A wise choice.
them proving me wrong right now, that there is more than a 1,000 choice, is actually a 1 in 1,000 choice of the last resort winning it. They basically told me to shut up, and that's what I'd love to see, especially in these type of events. But gonna be a lot of, lethal action going on. We're just gonna be rotating around as Oculus getting some shots against Pogo, counter contesting this mirror, but little does Pogo know if he peeks that he's gonna be soon greeted by a lot of people. But What is he gonna do? We're gonna see Panicky throwing the frag grenade, but also getting Smoke losing quite a bit of health. But Pogo with a quick flick, managing to take out Hazard, that almost being able to get that pick on Phantom as well, but on Bruno as well, but not being able to do it. Sparkings and Bruno now in a 1v1 situation just on their own with no one else to contest it. But it's going to be really hard as Phantom manages to take out Oculus. It's now a 3v5 with only Panicky, Bruno, and Kid left standing. It's not looking good for them at all as Kid rotates, but he manages to get one. It's really not looking good at all, but he's going to be going down easily here as soon as he gets contested.
Oh,
Now
well, now
it's-
the last man standing. Well,
He
you won't
does it.
last too much longer. Chaps finds him, and Team Manic take map number 2 of Oregon, and that's going to be both teams getting a map victory over each other here. So a great start for both of them in Contenders. You know, they didn't get. No, neither team got all of the points, but none of them were going home empty-handed. So not a bad result. And again, it's still early days in the season for our Contenders, and
Well, Contenders. It's a great division, and that was proved today by witnessing this game in particular. At the start, I thought Manic had no chance, but going into it, they've actually done really well in the second game, being able to take it back. So, leaving this match with a draw between the last result and Team Manic, it's been phenomenal to witness.
yeah, it's been a really good series. I really think that Team Manic bounced back very well going on to Oregon. You know, initially I thought the last resort, and my comments said that they seemed very comfortable and well, well organized. And we saw kind of the same structure that the last resort had on Cafe. They entered from the same point. They had the same routine, and it was very. I know they tried to be as efficient as possible, but Team Manic read into that. They played it kind of more around themselves, and they didn't get caught out in anything that the last resort were trying to present. And they played a much better game than Leon and Cafe. They played much better. They really performed. They stood up when asked upon them, and massive credit for them, because when you take a 7-2 loss early on in the series, that might be, for some teams, that can feel crushing, and it can be very difficult to bounce back and draw the next map, let alone win it, that we saw Manic do there in our second map of Oregon. So a massive congratulations to them. But again, Last Resort, a very dominant display on Cafe, so a massive exclamation point for that one for them. You know, any team in Contenders that saw that might not want to even consider going to Cafe against TLR.
Well, we really would not want to want to witness that again, because it really wasn't the best game to cast. Now, in the second map, there was a lot of action, and I did enjoy that. But in the first game, there wasn't really that much action in particular, apart from a couple good plays. Kind of boring at the same time to witness, apart from the amazing plays that did go on. But it was sort of often. But next, we will be going to see, I believe it's going to be I think we're on schedule. I'm not 100%, but
We're close enough to on schedule for everything is there, but we do have another match of the evening. This, of course, is a double header, and it is a major game next up. It's going to be PG Tips versus LionsCreed. You're going to be handed over to two new casters, and very much excited to see one of them. It's going to be Noah as well as Ebak. He'll be guiding you through that one. So overall, I very much thought this was a great series, and this was a fantastic kind of set of games. Very different stories on both of them. Do you have any kind of closing thoughts about what we just saw?
well, it's been a game and a half. We've seen the first round not so close, but the second game very close indeed. But I mean, Whippet, once again, it's been amazing casting with you as always. Looking forward to picking up games with you in the future, but apart from that, that's all I have to say for tonight.
Well, in that case, I think that's all she wrote for us this evening. So we shall be fading off into the night, and your next matchup of the evening will be PG Tips versus LionsCreed. Two Newcastle for that one. Make sure to give them a warm welcome. Go grab yourself your beverages, your refreshments. The stream will be back shortly.
what you wanna hear. I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'll play the part of whomever you want me to be, 'cause my identity has been lost to me. Lost to me, lost to me. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'm hanging on to every word that you breathe, because my sanity has been lost to me, lost to me, lost to me, lost to me. To say what you wanna hear. I will bite my tongue till I disappear.
lick my nuts.
Faint lights in the distance, a thin line that separates your shadows from my soul. As these walls begin to fall, head lost in the silence, cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. Blind eyes in the darkness, frail hands reaching out, sword echoes in the smoke as the doors behind me close. No cure for the madness. Each turn tangled in the fear of losing sight of the slowly fading light. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend in your labyrinth. Your labyrinth.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. And, well, I'm Eback, you know that. But over here, what have we got? I think he's that way. Nope, he's that way.
I'm here.
It's Noah. Say hi, Noah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Noah.
And also tell us your life story.
My life story. Well,
Mhm.
I'm not going to go into that much detail. What I do usually do is I do observing for the ECS and sometimes a bit of producing. And now I'm filling in as my Uplay decided to not work with me today. So I am casting it. So that's...
Pretty much sums up your life, I would probably say. So today we've got PG Tips, which is ex-Lexaro for all those not in the know as of yet, versus LionsCreed. Now this is going to be a really interesting lineup because these boys got very, very far in the tournament last time, but a couple of shifts around in rosters here and there. Apparently we're speedrunning the intro, so I'm just going to move straight on to some of my other points, which is that these players, some of these gangs, we can see a bit of a mix-up in players for various teams. Some missing figures potentially for PG Tips. They've lost one or two on the roster. I was going to actually mention one or two players, one of which I have to say, Panda from last season for Lexaro, as they were known at the time, with the most kills in the league season last time out. And he not only was dropped on his head as a baby, but he was dropped by the team and now plays for Jaegers. So good job, Panda. Just a joke. And so he wasn't dropped, as I'm sure you well know. Other one, I was going to draw comparisons actually in this prep between Fexel and Encryptions. I don't see Fexel here today, so that puts a big cross on that. But I can talk about Encryptions. Encryptions, he had not the second, not the third, not even like, you know, low in the kind of tens somewhere. He had the #1 highest KD last season during the league season. Encryptions, because he didn't get the most kills per map in general, but he didn't die very much. I think he was the third lowest deaths per map, 4.8 average throughout the league season, which means his KD was absolutely fantastic. He is going to be a key figure for LionsCreed this season, who are lacking one or two players themselves, that being Steno with his very, very close second highest KD in the league last season. He unfortunately is not there for LionsCreed this season. So a few changes, a few new faces. We got to see how they stack up and whether they can push these teams forward to get as far as they did last time. Back to you, Noah.
Yes, of course. I want to quickly clarify that Steno will be playing this season, just not in the first 2 Playdays. But he will be back after that.
Fair enough. Didn't know.
Okay. Well, with all those zeros on the screen, we're not going to get anywhere. So let's quickly jump into the map bans, if we can, so we can talk about those. As I do think they're finished. Yes, they are. Amazing. Still no theme park. I want to cast a theme park so bad. It's my top of my bucket list since I knew I was going to try casting again once or twice. And yet to come.
I've only had it once before, Noah, as well, and that's all season. In last division, but oh well, there we go. We're on Cafe and Oregon. At least we're saved Clubhouse and Oregon for once. We do have a bit of Cafe to spruce it up. Obviously, we had it earlier today, a great match between Team Manic and who was the other one? The Last Resort.
Yes.
I did tune in momentarily to try and catch up. Apparently, a couple of issues during the stream were holding things back. I think we're good now, though, aren't we, Noah?
Yes, we are. And we have Tudors filling in for me on the observing. And I think we are all ready. So we should be ready to go any second now. Any predictions that you have?
Predictions? Yeah. I have no idea. Given the change arounds in rosters between these two. Obviously, LionsCreed, they came out on top last time we saw these two face each other. And it looks like, yes, the community predictions are very similar. The staff predictions slightly more in favor of PG Tips, so I'm going to accidentally keep calling them Lexara the whole way through. I know I am. Just have it, unfortunately. Yes, off we go. So, ban-wise. In seeing this map a couple of times recently, we've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of Nomad coming out as the bans as of late, so that wouldn't be a huge surprise, but also in the non-surprise pool, we've got operators like Thatcher.
Yeah, well, we saw him ban last map first. Last time we went to Cafe with The Last Resort and Manic, first ban. However, difference being we now have an Ace instead of a Monty ban. I mean, there are so many alternatives for Heartbeats nowadays that it doesn't really matter. So we're just
interesting to see the Ace as well, must say. The kind of Ace and Thatcher. It makes sense for the bottom floor, especially. Elsewhere, maybe not so much. I mean, Ace is very useful to just chuck a Selma on a wall and not worry about it too much. At the same time, it goes back and forth, and that's an interesting ban, whereas you could utilize something. We've seen a lot of good play throughout last season. I can remember lots of Capital moments. Nomad obviously very useful as well. Gridlock's pretty strong here. Those sort of operators might... I've just noticed at the top of the screen.
I mean...
So, yes, we do have PG Tips versus LionsCreed. PG Tips got a lovely new logo for you all. I hope you enjoy that. And we're going to Bar and Cocktail as the first site.
Well, with a surprise Mira ban, which we all expected, we're not going to see any special balls with those. We are going to see the Maestro, though, to give that on-site planting IO, which can be activated anywhere on the map. And
I did ask for it.
You did ask for it.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
On the other operators, from my stand, so first we're going to see a Jaeger to keep those grenades out of the defenders.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And other than that, very standard line of Noodle on the people. I do remember from my observing that the main trigger other than
He's a bit of a madman. I can recall Noodle pulling out some serious moments throughout the last season or so of the game. Obviously, I wasn't here before that, but I'm pretty sure he predates me. So, yes, he's a bit of a menace. I'm looking at that lineup from PG Tips right now, and I'm thinking, it's so colourful. I mean, it's great. We've got so many different operators who can do so many different things. The Nomad, of course, very useful. Noodle's going for a bit of a peek here towards the spawn, but there's nobody there. You're not going to find anyone. As I was saying, Ying, Iana, Nomad, fantastic. And of course, PG Tips, they've not got that ace available, obviously banned out. And Instinct definitely favouring the hard breach. They don't want to leave that in case that bottom floor comes out, I guess. But there's also some useful breaches to get here. We'll see what they aim for. At the moment, currently, all relatively sitting on the roof or on the west side, just putting some light pressure on to feel out where these defenders might be.
And it will be a lot harder to drone them out as he is using his active ability of the Vigil Gadget to hide his location from those drones. He is spotted out eventually and will fall back. So the flanks are safe for now, and we see that by Ash dropping in and the Fermat instantly opening up Cigar Lounge. From then on, the attackers will aim to get control of Piano as soon as possible, and as Pixel doesn't have a shield in it, it should be relatively easy to take it from them, especially with the help of Ying, who can obviously chuck one of those gadgets right into bathroom.
Well, you would assume so, but it's LionsCreed's job to make sure it's not as easy as that. We've got Chooms over there on the Mozzie, trying to provide some resistance. Burns is the first one to start things off with the T5, getting the better. I didn't practice that. Yasei, I'm going to call it.
I mean, Yasei is the way you would pronounce it in Dutch, so you're fine on that. There we see that Ying chucked in, but it's missed apparently. It hit the chandelier. So that's one of them wasted. One more left remaining. That's not how you say that, we're gonna ignore it. And the Vigil has now fallen back to white stairs.
It's alright, I'm much worse than you, Noah. 1 minute remaining on the clock for the execution. Burns taking some serious damage and finished off by Tex Rolo, the G36C of Iana. Still a nade remaining as well. Quite a lot of utility. That Ying may well come into play soon to be an absolute nightmare for these defenders as they try to execute the attack. Jaeger striking back though, taking out Emos.
And proving that you can't take for granted that there's nobody sitting in that corner in stock. You are boxed in, but you can still fire out of there. It's a 3-on-4 with 30 seconds left, so it should still be doable, especially with that Ying, which you can immobilize any defender as it were with. You do have this LNG to deal with. That is a really good start for LionsCreed. You're gonna get another one and Noodle to finish it off. What an end.
Wow! I'm not sure if that was a team ace. It may well have been close to it. I saw so many different LionsCreed names popping up on the screen. A great performance from the... Oh, just off the team
who ruined
ace.
It? Who ruined
I don't know who ruined
it.
it. It's close.
I think it was Noodle. Was it?
It's Cariudo
It's
getting a
true,
bit carried away, getting a double kill.
Well, I don't know.
just reading what Shearer's writing on the what's it? Or is that two? I don't know who
that is
writes.
That's two
It's
doors.
2 doors. Okay. Now I know you're not Shiro 2 doors.
I mean,
I
he
don't
gets the
remember
observer
who's
rogue all the time.
I don't know what
matter.
you people do behind the scenes. It's just movie magic, you know.
I mean,
Attackers have discovered
from the
location
outside,
of a
it
bomb.
would look that way.
From
the game's perspective, we are going to the bottom floor.
Oh, smooth transition.
I'm trying.
We are on the bottom floor indeed. What do you make of this bottom floor? Given what we've just seen from LionsCreed and PG Tips in that first round, what do you think might be coming out?
I don't know if this was a broadcast during Oregon.
Just about figured out what that means.
It's 2 doors in Spanish.
Yes.
Hey.
You should have put it in Dutch, man.
Maar 2 deuren. Dat
Heading out to defuse the bomb.
klinkt niet. Okay, anyway. We are seeing a very holden back move. Onside play, hatches reinforced last second. And we saw last time that they are a fan on that onside play. They just sit back, and when there's 10 seconds left, they pushed back at the attack and not denying them, not allowing them any feet into the site.
Yeah, they like to sit and relax, but they're not in for a comfy ride. It's most likely going to be bumpy. It's going to be like, some like gross porridge or something, it's all kind of lumpy and gross. Like, who likes porridge, really? And here comes the attack. Yesterday being the first one to take some serious damage from Burns. C4 flies towards him, but is it shot out?
I think it was last second. Last second he got it.
Wow. Great improvisation from the Nomad. She's taken so much damage, though. That is not ideal. Still has air jabs in hand. First Gemini running through prep as the breach is open. A lot of pressure immediately for encryptions. I was talking him up pre-game about how strong he was last season. He's going to have to keep it up this season in order to keep his team in the lead.
Yes, and well, as PG Tips didn't choose to clear out the roamers, they're getting flanked from everywhere, from all the stairs. They do catch out the Jaeger though, but the Melusi gets one on her stairs as well. Once again, PG Tips is one man down before they can execute, but this time they have 40 seconds longer than they had the previous round.
Uh-oh, suddenly the game's turned on its head. I thought that was the real one for a moment there. I was about to say, that is some of the weirdest play I've seen all season so far. Tex Rolo still alive outside, but he's on very low health against 4 men. 1 minute left. It looks like that may well be another round for LionsCreed.
Oh, Vern's running out. He has the diffuser. He doesn't have to do this, but it's Tex Rolo taking a bit of a break. Well, and he's not gonna get it. Noodle just on the Valkyrie peeks out from the top floor.
Oh, that's a lovely shot from Noodle. And we move on to round 3 with a 2-round advantage for LionsCreed. They look very, very strong at the start of this game. PG Tip's going to have to step it up somewhat. I like their lineups. They seem it's a very interesting lineup, very capable of doing a lot of things. Obviously, those Ying Candelas were used to take into coat check and some of those areas around. They didn't clear out the room, they didn't go for anything vertical, they weren't quite direct, and still didn't manage to flush any of the players out or use their utility that correctly. I think a slight misplay for that amazing utility trio in the middle of your screen. I don't think they quite got the best out of them. They've not managed to unlock the potential of those operators thus far. LionsCreed now opting for the middle floor as they have to. They have gone for reading over mining.
I mean, it is most of the time the preferred site from teams. You have a lot more stability in your site. You're not going to get Ying rushed as easily, as there's not a window directly into sites that you can vault through. There is it's a bit easier to hold it vertically, as there are a lot more options to reinforce the top bit where you can sit safely. So it is not a surprise that we see 4 players from the defense. Oh, almost 5? 5 now on the top floor, setting that up.
Oof, a lot of utility dumped up there.
And we all know the counter to a lot of utility is to just run into hell and go into reading and ying everything and plant. That's the one counter.
Just bypass it entirely. Well, you've heard the pro strats right here from Noah.
Just walk around it.
Are you a competitive player, Noah? I don't know.
No. Not at all. I'm struggling to stay into gold at the moment.
Fair enough. I mean, the top player, one of the top players for the last resort, I think, last game was a silver, apparently.
He was silver 1, yes.
You can dream. You can dream, Noah. I mean, so could I. I'm sure. If they let me compete with my Xbox controller in this, I'd be rocking it for PG Tips right now.
You're allowed to. I mean, I wouldn't see why you would, but technically it is possible.
Pre-play C4 from the Melusi of Verns here, ready just in case they lose some of that vertical control. Of course, you're talking about how many players there were up there before. Some of them have backed off. It's just the two yellow-coloured operators sitting up there, trying to hold it nice and firm. There's so many C4s on the board, especially for LionsCreed. Is it almost? Is it 4 C4s? I'm not sure who's taken what with their secondary gadgets, but potentially lethal. Texrolo is going to make use of those Geminis yet again to give away some positions, mostly of that Jaeger sitting on the east balcony. He's got a Goyo shield to accompany him, which should be very useful to hold that position. No real attack coming out from PG Tips yet. They're playing very, very carefully and slowly, and they're quite spread out, waiting to pounce. But they need to make this happen, because even if they win these fights, which they're starting to, they have to then move on from there. Currently still trying to fight that Jaeger out of this position. It is make or break for Karyudo. Most likely break. It's more a matter of how many he can take with him. He's blinded by the Ying, but manages to down her at the same time, but is finished off by instinct, and the Ying is revived. So 5 versus 3. Now struck back. Chooms getting a kill from underneath with the SMG-11.
Well, now it's a 4-on-3 with only 40 seconds left. Finally, PG Tips managed to find the advantage in the end game. And now they can fully convert that top floor presence into that vertical play. They can now fully flush out A. I believe they've done so already. B, I should say. And it's all a matter of taking care of this Melusi, which they have spotted, and drop down. Is it now? Nice one. Encryption did manage to get back into B.
Well played, man.
Oh,
good job.
I mean, gets one with the C4, gets dropped, but it's the Diana to get him in the end. Oh.
That was so close almost to falling apart there. The supporting player taken out by the C4. Almost a planting player, but just coming around the corridor at the last moment to deny the plant denial. Very luckily at the end, not Encryption, sir. Who was that? Texrolo, I think, swinging around to finish the final player on the Goyo. 2-1 is now the score. And that was a lot better from PG Tips. They took their time, certainly. We're going to have to see that Tachanka 6 pick off, just to see what they move to. The Warden.
I mean,
wow.
From one interesting operator to the other.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense given the consistent lineup from their opposition. Of course, Karyudo getting completely candeled like mad over on the east balcony, and that may well happen again as we are on the top floor with a very exactly the same lineup from PG Tips and a very, very similar one from LionsCreed, opting away from the Mozzie and the Legion, going instead for the Warden and the Mute this time around.
Yes. So Mute, you could say it's the same same sort of ability as the Mozzie, both deny drones. And well, the Warden, if your one thing falls apart because of a Ying, then of course you're gonna run a Warden. I mean, and I've never actually seen a Warden gadget in use where it was actually used for his ability. Okay, never.
Wow.
Not whilst observing.
Well, I actually have. It happened one time. The Ashe, though, is not going to get to use her utility. She's taken out by a peek. Is that a counter peek? Oh, that was from Dining. The shot onto the defender by Texrolo, getting the better of that potentially second peek. I don't believe that was a direct refrag. I believe there were 2 simultaneous peeks from the Jaeger and the Melusi. Thank you, Two Doors, for pointing that out for me.
Yes, so it is 1 C4 off the board, and especially with this top floor bomb site, those could really come in handy in the end. It is now up to... Wait, does it say 4v5? Yeah.
Yeah, just a bit of an error on the board. I think that happened earlier as well. It just happens sometimes. We know it's a 4 versus 4. Just use your brain, boys. Look at the side of the screen. It's got 4 blues and 4 oranges.
Sorry.
But you know what? As soon as I say that, it's changed and it's back to normal. It reads correctly. It's 4-3 Also reading correctly, that player, I didn't actually manage to catch who that was getting the kill. That would have been a really nice line. Instinct dropping in to get that exothermic charge over to Cigar. Jab's going down as well, most likely to push Verns out of position, at least give his position away behind that shield. They know he's there. He's got to provide as much resistance as he can. There's so many players with the MPX. He's got to hit those heads.
Yes, well, and he is the perfect operator to do so. He can deny any utility that comes his way, especially as he has those ADSs near him. But they're just gonna walk around him. They're gonna do the Noah, just ignore him. And so it will all be up to Encryption to stop this push, as he's the only one effectively able to stop where Instinct is standing now.
A very large stall. Of course, the attackers, they've done quite well for time in terms of getting in and the man advantage, so they don't need to rush too much. And Verns is on very low health. Encryptions take some damage as well, and Verns is finished off, which means that corridor is free for the taking for the attackers. Mute now waiting at the end to try and contest, but he's got to contest all around. He's now in the back store. Encryptions with the older gets Sino. A lovely pick onto the Ying. Those Candelas won't be of use. The plant's going down from Instinct. Will it be denied by the C4? It is! And so is the Nomad by the SMG-11. A great double from Chooms to finish the round.
What a way to end it. Lobs the C4, peeks around the corner, gets the final kill. And it's basically just LionsCreed saying, no, you're not getting this plant. Go home.
Well, they'll have to go back to the drawing board at least to take this kitchen attack into mind. They've got to plan this out a bit better because it really didn't work out for them well last time at all. Stuck in that they lost with 4 men still alive for the defense of LionsCreed. Really struggling in terms of those, I think just in terms of those entries on the kitchen attack last time. It didn't seem like they had a cohesive enough plan. They tried to take very laterally, and it really punished them as they didn't clear those roamers.
Yeah, normally when you go for a lateral push, you try to move in as a sort of spear push. You punch in, and you extend from there. And, well, they did manage to punch in a bit here and there, but they never managed to get that extension or that expansion into the bottom floor. And that's why they just were boxed in all the time and they couldn't really do anything. So either they could throw it totally around, go what the Last Resort did, and go 5 players, top floor, take about 30 seconds to get there, 30 seconds to clear the top floor, 30 seconds to clear the second floor, and then just 1.5 minutes of pure domination of the map. Or you go with 3, either in pairs of 3 and 2, or just with 5 at a time, and just go once to one spot.
Interested to see if we're going to have a peek here from Noodle, or whether he's just going to get some intel on the entries. I imagine he's going to check and then run. And that's exactly what happens. He gets the kill onto Imos, jumping off the Ash this round. The first time we've seen him move operator, he opted for the sledge instead, most likely to deal with a potential castle, which LionsCreed have not brought out. Also to get those vertical angles, which is the missing element from PG Tips, potentially, you could say, last time, but they've missed it again because they've lost him.
Yes, so no sledge
open
once again.
Freezer that I saw over there as well. I'm just curious to see what they had set up over there. Currently Noodle up above with the angles to shoot towards anyone entering at the bottom of white. Yes, it is an open sight wall with some angles.
I mean, the Ash would have been perfect now, because you could have just blasted that open, you know? Not gonna happen.
Even the sledge to whack it open, but dying that early is going to cost his teammates a risky exothermic charge from Instinct. But it looks like it's going to pay off as a lot of pressure actually alleviated. The defenders moving around, rotating to other areas to try and pick off some of these defenders. A relative amount of extension, but you can see LionsCreed slowly, I think, in terms of most of their players moving back towards the site, as they've wasted a lot of time.
Well, they have, and they do still have all of the staircases. You have Valkyrie holding white, Jaeger holding brown, and Melusi holding red stairs. So they can, if PG Tips fails to hold an angle for about 10 seconds, they are going to get flanked instantly from wherever you look.
LionsCreed are prone to pounce. They are waiting just sitting there. Go on, move, PG Tips, move. Make that move, and then we will come in behind you when you are least ready for it. Texrolo taking some damage, and here comes the Ying, and she's taken out from above. They still haven't cleared out the Valkyrie, who is right nearby. I think there are jabs to stop her re-entry.
Nomad now went upstairs as well, gonna try and get that Valkyrie. Yeah, they get him. So now finally they get that top floor control. They do not have anything on site yet. And as I say that, Vermite just walks in and gets the first kill.
He certainly does, trying to prove you wrong. Striking back for LionsCreed, the Jaeger again. But Instinct, a lovely couple of kills from him this round, puts a 2-1 advantage in the hands of PG Tips. They have a little bit of time to spare. Oh, Cariodo denied by the Nomad. A very well played round, especially from the Nomad and the Thermite as well of Instinct and Yasei, to make sure that that round was the attackers. That could have gone so potentially wrong for the attackers there. They're playing a very patient game, I think, with PG Tips. They move in quickly, then they establish their control, their ground, and their plan, and then they wait. And then they wait some more, then they move. And it's not worked for them a lot, but at least on that occasion, it did work out for them, as the Nomad was proving very crucial in making sure that those flanks were covered either manually or with air jabs. And as I mentioned before, who's a great operator you might want to ban on this map? Capitao being opted for instead of the Ying, which we've seen played to mixed effect.
Yes, of course, Capitao, that area denial. You could say a smoke 2.0. With his ability split up, but once again a kitchen hold. And I'm curious to see if PG Tips will this time first clear out the roamer that denied them very late in the round last time. I mean, they did manage to clutch it out with Nomad rotating upstairs to get him, but they need to get control of the map faster to be more reliable. And I hope we get to see that.
What's great in Dutch?
I need some context.
Like, a great kill.
A goede kill. A goede kill.
Oh dear, you're gonna have to write that down for me.
Do you want it in how we say it or how we write it? How do you want it?
How you say it?
Okay. Pop in the live chat.
Okay, cool, thanks. So a slightly altered lineup from PG Tips. I think it's going to be very important how Imos plays this round. If he can stay alive on the sledge, that would be so much more useful for his team. And they've got to make sure that some of these roamers are sorted out, especially Noodle here. He was very strong on the Valkyrie. We've seen him pull out some very good plays so far this match. The Vigil is perfect operator to counter some of the droning of their opposition. PG Tips already moving in. Burns is getting the better of Yasei though. I was about to say it's the same fight we saw on the first attack of this site for PG Tips, where they both took a lot of damage and ultimately it was worse off for the Nomad, and again that is the case. Burns proving to be the better man in that particular engagement.
Burns is
and he's taking another one onto Instinct.
He's loving this red stairs. He gets a triple. He's been on red stairs every single round, and now he managed to get a quad kill. What? How is this man still alive? It's all up to Textrolo to clutch it out.
Oh, he's just around the corner. Will he get the ace?
Yes!
He does! Burns with the ace! An incredible game. I was saying he is the master of that fight. And in that position at the bottom of red stairs, he won every single fight possible throughout the round to take it again for LionsCreed. Now to a 4-2 at the switch. Well played, Burns. Stepping up this game. He is invaluable for LionsCreed.
Burns is gonna move house and he's gonna live in red stairs bottom pit. He's just gonna move in there and keep it. He is the master of that portion of the map, and well,
Two Doors playing defensive there. Oh, right. So as we go to the switch,
you
we've
could
got
say
some
it's a
very
quarter
different
of
lineups coming out. A bit of a switch up from PG Tips compared to what we saw from LionsCreed. LionsCreed with a lot of successful defenses. Apologies. And PG Tips are not going to try and replicate their lineup. Obviously, we saw a lot of Maestro, saw a reasonable amount of the, I'm thinking, Drone Denial, especially Mute or Mozzie. We saw some Legion coming out. It's a bit different here. We've got the Castle, which is a big one. The Valkyrie is a very key one for Emos as well on this top floor site. We've not seen her here yet. And I'm interested to see how they're going to use that. Could they use it aggressively? We've seen that a lot across different divisions, across different seasons here at ECS. I would not be surprised in the least. Emo's struggling in terms of kills. He got his first one in the last round before the switch there on the sledge. Wasn't quite enough to deny Verns.
Yes, well... I've just lost my entire words.
Put your thinking caps on, ladies and gents.
I had a thing, but I forgot it. I'm lost in translation.
Might have been about the Kaid selection.
No, I think it was something about that.
Well, it's going to be tough to flush that Kaid's Electro Claws out. Now, of course, they have the soft breach, they have the Ash and the Zofia, but that's a lot of work to do. It means you've got to take downstairs and clear out some of these areas. And especially with the Castle Mute duo, could be quite hard to get some of these barricades open. As you can see, Noodle punching his way through that window. Instinct, he's got so much time to sit there and think, how am I going to counter this player once this window is open?
Oh, he had 12 punches to figure that out, and well, now he gets to try it out. Noodle does have those concussion blasts to figure out where he is.
He's playing it so patiently. Instinct,
it.
there we go. He had so much time to think about it. And there you go. He executed his plan perfectly. A little silly from Noodle. Obviously, he could have sent his concussion round there to figure out if someone's sitting in that position. He didn't, and he was punished for it. So the first kill going in the hands of the defenders yet again. I've seen a lot of attacker-sided maps across games this season so far. It's been surprisingly attacker-favoured, but at the moment we seem to be seeing a defender-sided cafe unfolding in front of us.
Which is not something, like you just said, not something you see very often, especially on cafe. Which is normally about keeping that tempo up, and once you get the first kill, immediately move it up further into the map. You want to get that control as soon as possible, but yet there's still a Jaeger in the middle of Cigar trying to figure out... get shut down. It was a mute. Shit.
Yep, Toombs using those Candelas to great effect to take out Instinct, and Sino has fallen as well, leaving only Textrolo and Emos. Emos taken out on White Stairs by the Ash of Cariudo, so it is only Textrolo remaining on half health, sitting by the bar. Two players right next to him. He gets a trade in terms of man count. For any other last man, that really doesn't count for anything, and that is another loss. A great switch between defense and attack for LionsCreed. They kept that momentum going. They didn't seem to stutter at all. Other than that, maybe a potential slight misplay from Noodle at the beginning of the round. They looked very, very convincing throughout, and they could well be headed to a win here.
They are certainly on their way to do so. Looking at their kills, it is very much spread out between their team. Is that how you say it in English?
Yes.
Okay, spread out evenly, I think. That and it's not just a one-man army. You can really see that even though that Verns has the top kills, that everybody's stepping up, and you really need that, especially on the map on Cafe, where you need to be able to rely on your teammates to hold certain key areas of the map, as you cannot rotate freely just because there are so many ways you can keep cut off.
That was Ian Goya from LionsCreed. Was I close?
Yeah, well, the problem is,
There's so many weird vowels next to each other.
In Dutch, we have the G, and once you've known how to pronounce the letter G in Dutch, you can say a lot of words.
How do you pronounce the letter G in Dutch?
The G.
Sorry?
The G.
Hey? As in, hey, you, I want to be your girlfriend?
Almost. Like,
Okay.
you make the sound in the back of your mouth, and it's basically like forcing air through your throat, and it makes that sound. And that's the ladder G.
Fantastic. Well, I won't reattempt again. I will just leave it there. Speaking of reattempts, PG Tips, they've really struggled on these kitchen attacks, and now they're going to attempt it on their defenses with a quick rush to coat check, but it's failed. Karyudo being taken out by Instinct at the beginning of the round.
And that's not what you want. Indeed,
No,
it's
it's
the
not.
Ash. I'm sorry,
On
man.
the list of things you want as an attacker, having your entry frag die immediately with no support, probably not on there.
I mean, that would probably indeed not be on there. They are aware of this Valkyrie and the Jaeger's position now. But, well, they don't have the flashbangs anymore to get rid of. They do have still some, but they need those to get rid of the ADSs when they eventually want to get rid of those ADSs to throw in the Yinkanelas. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, well, they have so many stuns in hand. Every remaining player on the attack has some capability of flashing someone. There's less opportunities to do it though now, with Vern's falling on the Nomad. 5 versus 3 advantage. Such strong defenses we're seeing here of the kitchen site. And a very strong spot, as was pointed out well by Vern's previously on this defense, is the bottom of Red Stairs, where we see the Jaeger of Textrolo lingering so dangerously. If these players try and come around the corridor, at the moment focusing more on the southeastern side to get that freezer breach open.
Yes, to get at least some way of entry into this bomb site, as the Jaeger is still sitting in the bottom of Red. They need to get rid of him as soon as possible to be able to really get a double move going instead of all running through the same Hibana wall, which you cannot even run through. You have to crowd through it. You're gonna die from smoke grenades. It's not gonna be a fun time. They're gonna attempt it either way with the support of those Yinkanelas.
Oh, a very well-timed smoke canister to deny potentially those Candelas from going off, but they still do. And the Ying swings round. It's not smart enough from the smoke of Yasei, and a double kill comes out for the attackers, leaving only 2 players remaining. Textrolo on the outside, and one inside, which is Sinnoh on the Legion.
And they did manage to get those kills with the help of those Candelas. It's all up to Textrolo now to break this hold from the attackers, to move around and get them when
He's
they
coming
don't
up
expect
behind!
this. That's one. Damages the Twitch, but isn't able to finish her off yet. Legion was not able to continue off that trade. And also now falls all to the Jaeger, but he gets spotted out.
Oh.
That's unfortunate. It was a really good attempt at the retake.
It was a great round from LionsCreed altogether. Of course, in their list of things that they want, of course, they'd crossed out that that entry frag loss from the Ash, but right underneath it, win the round, and they certainly did with aplomb. They executed that Ying play very well. Obviously, the smoke timing was good, as I was saying, to delay, but at the same time, you can move through a smoke canister. You'll just deal some health damage to yourself, and that was a fair trade for Toombs as he took out 2 men at the cost of only a little bit of health.
He got a melee kill as well, to just add on to it, not even spending the bullets.
Yeah, I mean, you got to save on to those bullets. The LMG, the LSW from Ying, it only has so many bullets. You can't be wasting them out.
Well, he is going to bring it again, because it was rather successful. They managed to get a rather grim-looking situation, in which they had to move into one crouch hole, into a bit of sight, from which their location was known. But because, well, if you can't see, you can't shoot. Or you can, but just not accurate. So they did manage to get those 2 kills. Which, let's be honest, they didn't really deserve with the setup they had.
5 seconds to go.
But hey, if it works, it works. So
Yeah. I was going to draw a comparison between Fexel and Encryptions today. Fexel isn't here, so that kind of ruined my plan. unfortunately. Obviously, Encryptions is still playing, but actually the comparison I think today is between Sinnoh and Chooms, with that interaction between Ying players and how they've managed to make it work. Chooms just generally more effective, and we saw a Warden come out last time to try and counter, to very mixed effect on the defense of LionsCreed, but PG Tips now opting for the Warden themselves. Can Instinct make it work? Because his game has been a bit back and forth. He's been a bit up and down so far this match.
Yes, he is. Well, now I'm very curious if he has the shotgun or not, because that is going to create some great clips if he has. With that window. That's a shame.
No, MPX and C4 in hand. Looking to try and get the better of Karyudo again as he pushes towards reception. Being a bit more careful this time of that player, and he drones it out. Very smart from the Ash player. You don't often see an Ash drone, of course, but he's being very smart, and he's going to move in close to try and get the better of Instinct, and he does! Shutting him down with aplomb.
And that's very crucial. That's the fight they didn't manage to win last time around. And they still managed to win it, and now they do have the advantage. What did I say?
Well, Imos takes down Encryptions, which means no hard breach for you, LionsCreed. That was their play last time around. That is potentially one of the problems with running one hard breacher if you want a breaching plan. They're going to have to completely adjust this time. Vern's, of course, on the Nomad. We saw some very useful Nomad play from PG Tips on their attacks. How can they utilize her? Utilizing Ying. No, LionsCreed, as I've said previously, very well, and Chooms absolutely smacking it on the attack today.
Yes, well, and on 10 kills already, with only 2 deaths, is just impressive. We are now seeing the Nomad trying to get rid of this Legion as fast as possible, as they do only have 40 seconds left, and while the defense has a beautiful crossfire through the soft wall and the deployable shield, that, well, they need to be pushed separately to get rid of.
Well, LionsCreed, as they do sit on match point, this could be the final confirming kill onto the smoke, and it is, quite characteristically for the map we just saw, finished off by Chooms on the Ying, going 11-2. Now, not just in terms of kills, but in terms of utility, in terms of team play, that was a masterclass from LionsCreed. PG Tips looking like a shell of their former selves from last season in that particular map. Not a great way to start off your first map for this season of ECS. Oh dear, sorry.
Oh.
That's such a habit.
It's the first week. It's the
do
first
that
week.
at some point.
It can happen. 12-2. What a way to end it.
Yeah, rather convincing for LionsCreed, and given we're relatively behind schedule, I think we're just going to cut to a quick break straight away, and we can talk a bit more about this once we are straight back into the action on the second map, which will be Oregon.
Woo.
So see you in a moment, ladies and gents.
Hey.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. A very short break, but we are kind of behind just a little bit. I'm Ebac. I'm joined by Noah yet again for the second map between LionsCreed and PG Tips. LionsCreed coming out victors rather strongly, wouldn't you say so, Noah, on Cafe?
Well, it started off okay, a bit of back and forth, but during the end, Toombs got activated. He started playing Ying. He started running in. They just took Cafe and said, "This is our map. We will see you on Oregon." And well, that's exactly where we are heading now. So,
yeah. I'm not sure if Toombs is the CMS from LionsCreed we saw come out a couple of times last season. If one of you fine gentlemen can let us know, that'd be lovely. But for now, what a great performance from him and the rest of the team in general. They all looked on the ball. Standout moments from every single player on the LionsCreed roster. PG Tips, now that they're on Oregon, we know, I'm thinking of the ex-Lexaro, kind of the old Lexaro side in terms of how they fared on lots of different maps. Cafe, I wouldn't assume it's one of their stronger maps in general. Although they did pick it. It was actually their pick, I believe, today, that particular map, which is odd because I've seen very mixed results from them in the past on that map. On Oregon, I can recall a lot of very strong performances from them. So that's going to be an interesting one. I think this may come a lot closer in the end. But of course, we have those community predictions, which seem very strong in the favour of LionsCreed. Less so for the staff. The staff seem to be a bit nicer than all of the public. Of course, potentially swayed by fans of LionsCreed. But why wouldn't you be a fan of LionsCreed right now, given that performance?
I mean, you picked one of a team to cheer for us. Well, they made the play.
I thought I was cheering for PG Tips because it's got my face. Their new branding. It's the EBAC team.
Now they have a nice logo as well. They're truly rocking the ECS spirit. Like
yes,
the dedication they show towards the league.
I mean, they're being kiss asses, aren't they? Like, running with the ECS logo. Come on, guys. But a very interesting ban here.
I wonder.
Being banned out by LionsCreed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, I wonder why, but then LionsCreed banned it.
Yes, PG Tips did run the Ying themselves almost religiously throughout a lot of their attacks. It worked once or twice, but not fully. They never really got the potential out of her. Toombs really enjoying Ying. And they've opted for that ban themselves. So just to take that out of the game, I guess that shows that LionsCreed, they believe they are more flexible than just that one strong operator when it comes to these moves. And Wamai being the only other slightly less usual but pretty usual ban alongside Mira, which guarantees we're going to see that Jaeger, but we were going to see him anyway, weren't we, given all these players. Can we get the stats? Do we have a stat board showing these players' mains? I'm not sure if we do, but I imagine I've seen most of these players play Jaeger before.
What was that? Okay. I mean, I remember that when observing, there is usually everybody that's playing in T4 is a Jaeger main. I can because I look at the R6 analyst as well before the match to just be prepared.
Defenders,
Well,
protect your bombs from being
it is
defused by
always okay. We'll figure it out.
Unfortunately, we don't know. I mean, I'm sure if we did see it, it would just be a bunch of clash emblems everywhere, because everyone is clearly a clash main, much like myself. And she's great up to bring on this site. They've not opted for her PG Tips, missing a bit of a trick there. We'll see what they have in store with the rest of these operators. Maestro could be used to strong effect. Speaking of strong effect, Noodle getting the better of two ADSs in one single spot.
5 seconds.
Are they reinforcing that? Am I seeing them reinforce that back up? I swear, I think I saw someone reinforcing by that. I'm not sure if they reinforced yet. No, they're not.
Not yet.
They are going to hold that without. Did he
realize? Did he realize that his ADS?
Did they notice?
I don't know. I mean, it's 5 players of I think 5 or at least 4 stacking up on bunker now.
Attackers
The
have
Twitch
Well-
drone, yeah, it is.
Regardless, they're going to be pushing that area against the smoke, and he is holding it. He's got smoke canisters to try and help himself out to slow them down, but he's kind of... You would imagine he's fighting a losing battle, Yase, in this position. Oh, Noodle coming towards rear stage and being a bit worried. There's so many angles open across. A very inventive setup from PG Tips across the map.
I like it though. It's a meeting hold which denies
I like
any
it
rotations
too.
on the pillar. Yeah, it is a good hold.
Good job, guys.
It is something different, you know. I mean, it's not new. It's just not the usual, and I like to see that.
We do like to see a bit of a mix-up here at ECS. That's of course, it's rare to see that on Oregon. Of course, the least mix-uppy of maps. Cariudo, a lovely shot onto the Melusi, but it's countered instantly by Texrolo and Yase, getting 2 picks right back against LionsCreed, and Yase indeed is going to reinforce off that tunnel, and he is successful. He gets away without taking very much damage at all. A great job from the defenders. LionsCreed now given the control of Blue Bunk, but that's pretty good. It's pretty good for those defenders, sitting with a man advantage and time very, very low.
Yes, it is, and well, that meeting hold worked out perfectly. That, well, the attackers are now in a 3v4. They have nothing on the map except elbow, which was given to them. So it is the Twitch now again with the late rotations. He tried this before earlier, but the line of sight holes from the defense is still there.
Sinnoh is going to have a huge role in how this round plays out, because he can support from meeting, he can get the Twitch, and then he can control the hatch and try and take out some of these players, or come down north stairs. He has so many options. Of course, 2 players now remaining for LionsCreed. They're watching for him. They are ready. They had the call from Noodle, but they've got other players to worry about with very little time. So do they just push on in? They try, but Jooms is taken down. Only Encryption's high praise to the man I gave earlier, but he can't pull out the heroics instinct with the older finishing the job for PG Tips. It's an inventive setup, it's a creative one, and it worked a treat to give them the first round. And they're in the lead, PG Tips.
Yes, well,
For the first time today, I believe.
is it? Yeah, it is. Good job, PG Tips. You got this. Now, okay, now take the following rounds, and you've got our bets. No, the meeting hold worked out perfectly. They kept complete control of the main floor of tower, which denied any late rotations from the Twitch, from the Sophia, which meant, well, that even though the round was only 40 seconds left, the defenders were still there. They denied the Twitch coming in from pillar to support from top. They could still control box from the hatches,
Attackers need to locate and
and
defuse
yet
the bomb.
the attack, they couldn't make a choice. They went up to tower, they left tower, they sent Twitch back there, then she was on her drone again. And now at last, she is... It didn't work out for the attack. Now then, for the next round, we see also an extended hold. We see into... I forgot the name. Trophy, we call it, within our friends group. Trophy, set up with a Goyo shield and ADS, barbed wire, rotation hole, castle barricades, master barricaded and reinforced, and a rotation hole into closet.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
So they're gonna play very fluidly on the south side of the map and trying to keep outrunning these attackers while they are on that map. Wolf. The more I'm learning things here as well.
We all learn a lot from this league. So many great plays, so many great players, so many great maps and sites, and this one is no exception. The top floor of Oregon, notoriously difficult to penetrate as an attacker, but it's certainly doable. LionsCreed, they have been very strong on Cafe, and they're gonna have to show similar form here that they kind of lacked on that first attack.
Yes. So they start up with taking control of tower, taking control of attic. There's a Goyo shield there and an ADS, so this Goyo himself will be hard to take care of. And especially with him able to fall back or get support from Hunter or Wolf, it is going to be hard to follow up.
Located by attackers.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love a good nade throw.
Picturesque from the Iana of Noodle. A lovely frag grenade. The ADS burned up, taken away, and that frag grenade getting the better of the Goyo. Sino taken off the board. 5 versus 4. The advantage now for the attackers of LionsCreed. Half the round gone. Not too much ground taken, but certainly getting Attic open and pushing some players back will be friendly to their cause. Alongside these extra 2 picks, Burns and Keriudo.
Attackers bomb diffuser has
Textrolo managed to injure Bond, but isn't able to finish him off. He is still in control of that master extension, which makes him able to control all off games and the entrance of sight. Encryption is going to get picked up by his teammates, but it's all up to Mute to hold dorms and swing in. It's not going to happen. Jaeger now has to hold a cross, gets a double kill, and is still alive somehow, but now has 3 defenders who have 3 attackers who have the diffuser and are putting it down to deal with.
attackers activating.
Diffuser is planted. He is stuck on Armory Stairs, and well, it looks like he isn't even going to contest it, as he's holding tower at the moment.
Text Rolo as slippery as a snake, evading some of those bullets. He's got a lot more to evade coming in the next 25 seconds if he wants to stick this disable. It's going to be very tough from here. It looks like he's not even going to attempt at the moment. He's just biding his time. He knows the end is coming, and Encryptions seals his fate with the AK-12. LionsCreed striking back after a disappointing attack where they failed to adjust to an odd setup. They adjusted very well on that particular attack, coming out victors with strong conviction.
Yes. So PG Tips tried to secure control of Master for as long as possible. They were able to do so, but LionsCreed saw correctly that they could just take Attic, swing in from the windows, and effectively cut off the whole extension and get the diffuser down in a place where you don't have to worry about the Jaeger, because he is miles away from the action.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
They're
many
not.
bombs as
They
can.
are going to try to do it again, and they are looking to do the same setup as the castle is once again making his rotational into closet. I'm going to mute myself for this beautiful clock.
I always hear that. Is that you just live near a clock tower? What is that? Is it your phone alarm?
No, I'm actually in my living room, and we have this beautiful clock next to me.
You have like a grandfather clock in your living room.
Yes, een Friese staander.
Oh
As
my!
in-
We have to see this at some point.
I can
Maybe
show
not
it.
today,
At
but send in
some
a
point.
video. I'm sure Shiro can put it on the screen at some point. That'd be lovely to
Attackers are
see.
moving out to
That's
locate
very
a
cool.
bomb and defuse it.
I mean, it's very loud though as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hear it very often, and I'm always thinking, what am I hearing? I've never dared ask, but now I know. So, great news. Of course, setup-wise, not too much to talk about at the moment, because it's exactly the same as last time, and I'm sure you nailed it with your analysis, Noah, last time out. This time, what are LionsCreed going to bring to counter the counter? As for lack of a better term. Noodle this time, instead of using his frag grenade to try and combat the Goyo over on Attic, he's making a bit of a fuss to try and get the walk-in wall maybe open from underneath. There is very little denial. I'm not sure if Mute did have a jammer there, but it is likely gone from that position. So if the attackers wish to make that breach happen, they probably can make it happen. They do have 2 hard breaches.
Yes, well, one of them is very occupied at the moment and just splitting the site in 2. You cannot be together anymore. This line of sight is mine. And well, they are gonna push in from tower once again, trying to emulate what they did the previous round, but this Hibana is so crucial in keeping these defenders at bay from the rest of the attacking team. As we see, flashbangs and all thrown in once again, but this time the defenders have smartly fallen back, not wanting to die to that nade once again.
Well, having this trophy wall open is very useful to combat those players in Attic. A great play from PG Tips to try and delay, if not maim, their opposition as they move in. Of course, the Zofia being the only man to fall so far within the first 2 minutes of play. But you imagine a lot more men will fall come the final few seconds. Verns proving me true, taking out the Goyo in response for all. Currently the man count.
Yes, misses the castle on the rotation, which she's gonna have to deal with now. But Karyudo, once again, gets a kill on that Ashe and catches one of the defenders off guard. He's still lurking out the window and will probably be for the next 40 seconds.
Oh dear, the Mute getting the better of the Ashe on that very window. Encryption shuts down Tex Rolo, but is downed in the process. Can the revive take place? Only one defender remaining to make sure that he doesn't get revived. He saw the Nomad on the window, but was blind, so he won't be seeing much for a little while. He finishes off Encryption's 2 players remaining. The diffuser is by the Melusi. Can't guard it from 2 directions at once. That window swing, as well as the player coming in across the site, was too much in the end for him, and it's another round for the attackers of LionsCreed. Clearly very, very strong on that top floor attack. I think now that we return to the bottom floor, LionsCreed, now that they've woken up a bit on Oregon, should be ready to adjust. I think they were caught off guard by the extension of their opposition last time and never adjusted the right number of men to deal with Meeting. Meeting had to be dealt with. We haven't seen Meeting be as important as it used to be. I'm recalling old Oregon before the rework. That Meeting area and those rotates were so crucial to how a round turned out. Maybe slightly less so nowadays. Of course, those rotates, the ability to move between the sides of the map, north and south, is very useful. But holding that area less so, and it proved great for PG Tips, putting out some OG strategies, which worked out perfectly for them. LionsCreed now, probably they're going to realize we need to commit more men to clearing out some of these roaming players, because if PG Tips can get some kills on the board, delay, it's going to be so much tougher for LionsCreed to execute.
Yes, so not as heavy as a hold as last time, as they do not have the rotationals, or the line of sight holes, I should say, from Meeting into tower. They do, however, have now rotations all around kitchen, Meeting, attic in the tower, and probably a whole lot more on the top floor to just, well, get this map, delay LionsCreed as much as possible, to bring them off balance, to catch them off guard, as it were. It is once again Textrola and Sino on that middle floor, and they did manage to open up that Meeting wall in time before the attackers were able to take control of it.
Yeah, again, we are seeing very similar, if not exactly the same lineups coming from these teams. I think some slight switching on who's playing what operator, but in general, we're gonna be seeing a very similar attack and defensive strategy from both teams coming this time around. But LionsCreed, they've adjusted somewhat. That Gemini being so useful to move in as a one-man drone and move system. It's so effective to clear out a lot of these players, and we've seen so much Iana today coming out, and it's lovely to see because she's so effective.
Yes, I'm always rooting for my Dutch girl to be represented. Let's go, Yana. You got this. The one operator we have. Let's go. Well, anyway.
It is very clear.
Ooh, that's Karyudo once again on the entry, getting rid of Textrola, who tried to catch the Ashe off guard with an old angle, but the Ashe had none of it and moved in anyway. So now it is full control, I was gonna say, using the hatches, but Yasei managed to shut down Noodle, holding that mega vertical. It was
a 2-floor cross kill. 2 hatches all the way up with the SMG-11 Yasei. He has pulled out some fantastic moments today. It's been kind of bit make or break for PG Tips at various points in this game. And this is another one. I think falling 3-1 down might do a bit of a mental blow to their team. Of course, they have wasted time. They've got 1 pick to deny the Iana. they're looking in a good position. Of course, Elbow still in control of the defenders, so it could work well for the smoke. Dropping the hatch, the attacker, Karyudo, getting a double, dropping into freezer, completely unaware, and he gets
quad
a
kill.
quad in total.
It's an
He
ace.
gets the ace. Karyudo drops into freezer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How on earth was he allowed to do that? But at the same time, absolutely expert shooting, expert awareness to get another round for LionsCreed. I was talking up PG Tips for their setup. They've wasted so much time. They're in a strong position. Attackers haven't taken much ground. Karyudo steps up. This round is ours. And again, 2 aces this game for LionsCreed. 1 in the hands of Verns, 1 Karyudo. All right, who's next? Encryptions, you want to take it?
I mean, Encryptions or Noodle are both good candidates, I think, to get it.
I mean, they're all good. We've seen Toombs. We were singing his praises on Cafe. They're all very, very capable of pulling out the remarkable. And with a showing like that, I was just talking about confidence and motivation in terms of winning rounds and keeping consistency. And if they lost that round, going 3-1, PG Tips will feel under the cush. You know, they're not in a great mental position. They've got to fight back again from a low position, something they failed to do last time. And when you get aced into that position, it's even worse. Just compounded failure. Still only within 2 rounds though, so it's perfectly easy to come back if they can bring themselves back into it. They get into a good headspace, PG Tips, which they're certainly capable of doing.
Yes, LionsCreed took that bomb site so well that PG Tips decided to go to dining and kitchen instead of trying it once again. So this is a site they haven't been to yet. So it's a completely new setup LionsCreed has to deal with. And they are going to do so by going for a full East take. That means going for a tower, maybe throw a bit of garage in there, and try to flush out the map completely. You want to get that control as soon as possible, because when on a dining attack, it's very easy to get tunnel vision onto one specific part of the map. And if you do that, you're going to be an easy target as well. They may or may not have recognized that there's a lot of setup in bathroom. And, well, they're not dealing with any of it.
Nope, they don't wish to. I'm sure they've checked it out. They've seen, you know what, they're setting up strongly on this side. We'll just take out behind them. I guess we'll get that all opened up, and it looks like that's what Hibana is about to do. Still some strong vertical presence, potentially, to deny, but that's not where the attackers are going. They're going straight in the back end. Encryptions sending down Instinct on the Maestro. Great to take him out early on, especially.
Wow. It is now LionsCreed with a 4-3 advantage. And, well, they need to watch out for all these deployable shields the defense has rotated around. Because now you need to deal with all the defending gadgets still, as you were not able to get through onto site fast enough due to that vertical hold. They do have that control now, so the Jackal is able to scan all the feet, or tracks I think they're called, to get that intel.
Smoke starting to burn his canisters in this 2 versus 2. 1 minute remaining, so it won't deny them too much in terms of getting a plant down early on, but it'll at least slow him down, give him some headspace, pace things out a little, allow Texrolo to get into some strong flanking positions. He's spraying a bit through the wall to try and catch off Toombs, but he shoots too high. He'd have predicted maybe a crouch position. He could have got the better of the Sophia. He's going to play this drone hole. A very clever spot to make sure this plant cannot go down. Toombs' Encryptions, time is ticking on by. They're just deciding exactly how they wish to attack it. If they know Texrolo might be in that position, they can bypass and move towards the smoke. But the Sophia being taken out by Jaeger. Oh, and the Goyo shield almost doing the trick. Yes, Yase doesn't need it. He uses the SMG-11 to finish the job onto Encryptions, giving the round to PG Tips. Well won by the defenders. A very strong defense of dining and kitchen. It was a very I would say omnipotent, omnipotent, unipotent attack from LionsCreed, but it wasn't quite successful enough to really word it in such a way. Rectiform, perhaps.
Now you're just using difficult words to trip me up.
Rectigrade.
I have no idea what you all just said.
Rectigrade means moving in a straight line, just kind of coming from one direction.
And they did, and that's where they messed up. We said in the early parts of the round that all the deployable shields, all the utility was set up into bathroom, dining, and stopping that small tower push. And the moment PG Tips realized that LionsCreed was pushing from tower, they moved it all around. They turned the go shields around, they set the deployable shield up in security. They weren't set up at the start of the round like that, but the moment they realized it, and they did it like they practiced it. I'm pretty sure they have. Because it takes some time to reach open meeting. You cannot just peek into sight from there. So it gives you a bit of time to prepare mentally, maybe. Prepare your shields, prepare your angles. And that's exactly what they did, and they did it perfectly.
On PG Tips, they did a really good effort last time out on the basement defense after their successful first one, and then were really, really hard done by this Ash of Karyudo, pulling out an ace from absolutely nowhere. Of course, he got one kill slightly earlier, and then just dropped in and murdered everybody with a mix of strong pre-fires and just quick shooting to flick on a couple of players. I think in general, you can't always rely on a player just having those moments of magic. If anyone can, it may well be LionsCreed, but you don't want to as a base level. PG Tips at a base level doing these defenses look strong, and they look to contest as Toombs enters across attic. Of course, this is where they came from last time, doing a top-down clear to push these roamers out of position towards the site. And there was little resistance. This time, a slight bit more resistance from Imos, but again, he is backing off nice and quickly to the first floor, where the attackers have a lot more players to meet. 3, in fact. The Mozzie, the Melusi, and the Jaeger of Texarolo.
Yes, and well, they have to deal with it fast if they want to be able to execute like they did last time. The Jaeger has fallen back already, so that's one less defender to worry about. 4 of the defenders now downstairs, maybe 5.
Yeah, they've all gone downstairs now, just as we say that. So the delay game, reasonably strong, half the round wasted, which is pretty good on a basement defense, given the way generally the meta seems to unfold. These games often play out in similar manners. So 5 men still alive will favour the defenders coming into the last minute of this round. All eyes on Karyudo, as much as I don't want to put too much pressure on one player. Given what he did here last time, he'll be looking for something magical, and he was the first player to fall.
That's not a great start to do that, but the Black Wraith of Noodle does manage to get Emos, that's the Melusi, off the board. And, well, you just pop a new shield up and you're ready to go again. Next up is the smoke, I believe, yes, in the rotational to take care of. Toombs now on smoke duty for now. And, well, it seems the attack is a bit of stagnated, but it gives time for Encryptions and Toombs to move around to main stairs. Ferns, meanwhile, moves in from tower stairs, peeks around the corner, does manage to take down the Mozzie and the Maestro. Textrola as well, it's a triple kill for him. It's now the smoke in his own kill spot where he usually rules, but is now boxed in. It's a 1v4 for him, and, well, it very much looks like a LionsCreed round already.
Vern's getting a lovely triple. He wants that quad, at least. I don't believe he got the kill onto Emos at the beginning of the round. Toombs finishes the job, getting the refrag onto the smoke. His position was known. You could see that right from when they got those final few kills. They knew that the smoke was in that position. Great intel play, whether it's manual or drone-wise. They did a very good job in figuring out where the defenders were and how to take them out. A very split push as well from many different directions, getting all the things open they needed. In terms of the checklist of things you want to do, we spoke about things you want in the round. Obviously, losing your Ash first is something that LionsCreed have done a couple of times, but usually, when they do that, they pull out a fantastic round after that. So again, that checklist, fantastic for LionsCreed. I don't know if you've got anything else on that list, LionsCreed, that you want to share with us. Maybe send us a picture of that list. I'd be interested to see if you've got a third plan to try and take the rest of this map. But at the switch, they're again at a 4-2 advantage.
Attackers need to
And that's
locate and
very
defuse
good on
any
a map
bombs
like
if they
Oregon,
can.
especially when going into a defense. They're opting for a different strategy as their opponents. They're reinforcing Master, they're not going to play actively in there. It will probably be more of a solid defense hold instead of a fluid one. You're going to really pick your anchor positions and keep them for as long as possible. Maybe Bandit the attic wall, deny that for a bit. Maybe on the very small off chance you're even gonna trick it, as well. There's no Maverick brought by PG Tips, so that could be an option as well.
It is odd to see the lack of Maverick. There are lots of other options and lots of great players. But you do usually see him come out here, especially on this top floor defense. Cariudo getting aggressive, holding an angle towards the spawn. He takes a lot of damage out of Immos, who is finished off by Verns with a peek from Master upstairs, it looks like. Great co-play from the two of them to take the first kill of the round.
He's not done yet. He's still waiting at the main door. Maybe even gonna catch the...
You could get caught off from behind by this Nomad. She's droned it out. She knows he's there. I don't think he knows. He comes around. He's half aiming, not necessarily expecting the angle, and Nomad gets the better of him. Gets a jab down as well behind, secures the ground, and the man count being equalized. Good play from Yase yet again. He, not only with a 2 KD at the moment from this game, but just doing some really strong plays defensively and on the attack as well.
Yes. We now see Bandit moving away his batteries from tower to from Wolf to Wolf. Attic to Wolf. He placed his batteries now to deny even more of that active breaching utility from the attack.
Textrolo takes out Verns to give his team the advantage. The attackers now starting to open up angles towards the remaining 3 defenders. A lot of time in their hands as well to execute, and a C4 already used by Bandit. He can't chuck that across to deny any potential plants. There are 2 smoke canisters in the hands of Encryptions alongside the SMG-11, which he uses to get the Hibana down to very, very low health. And now we see some Geminis coming out, running into sight to find out exactly where these defenders might be holding. Pretty traditional spots, so it won't be a huge surprise once the attackers move in. They're just starting to burn utility. It's quite chaotic in the middle of the site, and Encryptions is the first man to fall. He won't be able to be revived from here. You imagine with the Goya trying to make his way across. The Bandit's taken out in Attic, and it's the only standing player of the Goya remaining. Finished off by Yase, the first kill of the round, the final confirming one. Very, very well played.
What a way to execute onto site, to just capitalize on that early, well, non-deserved aggression the Jaeger put in to fully mount that attack. And it was almost like they kept taking turns, peeking the defenders. One time we go from Wolf, one time we go from Closet, the other time we go for main window. Oh, now we're in Wolf again. And it just kept doing that, and maybe get a kill here, do some damage there. And it worked out perfectly in the end. All the utility was drained. There was only 1 smoke canister left, but a bit of time as well. So, yeah.
Fantastic play from PG Tips to bring themselves back 1 round away from even. LionsCreed now defending the bottom floor. They have a pretty typical lineup to do so. I don't think there's really any surprises. The only real surprise might be potentially where some of the players might opt to play. Of course, a lot of these players can put down utility and then leave it. You know, you've got the Jaeger, the Goyo, and the Melusi able to deploy their utility and then just go, get out, move somewhere else. We saw PG Tips with a strong extension that worked for them. Well, it worked for them once and then did a good job in delaying across. So I would say it was at least vaguely successful throughout their defenses, and LionsCreed could opt for a similar thing given this lineup.
Yes, it looks like it is gonna be. Does he realize he's not muted in Discord? That's the question.
We just got two doors burping in our ears, ladies and gents. Clearly enjoying this match. It's been something to chew on so far, and it doesn't look like it's gonna stop being competitive here. It's ramping up. I think the last map we saw PG Tips suffer in terms of they just lost their edge. They seemed a bit tired. They never quite stepped up and contested LionsCreed when they needed to. Whereas this time on Oregon, second attempt, yeah, we'll take it to them. And that is their job on the attack. This is Rainbow Six Siege. The job is to attack those defenders, to siege the building.
First Gemini of Textrolo shot down by the Vulcan of Jooms. It is of course going to recharge, but it will take longer because it got shot instead of depleted of battery. Karyudo once again on a very aggressive roam on the middle floor. And he will try to catch an attack off guard that will make a late rotation.
I was about to say I saw thermocharge deployed being said on the commentary at the bottom, and it was Hibana opening the hatch, but more importantly, 2 kills coming out from the attackers, not just onto the Jaeger, but onto the smoke of Noodle.
Which gives them full elbow control and a way directly into sight. Encryption's now... yeah, he doesn't have... yeah, that's true. But now he has it. Because he is an elbow, he can no longer just fully sit on his evil eyes. Which denies a bit of intel, a bit of zap from a laser. And, well, he's gonna sit here for a bit longer, but he will probably get taken out by the Sophia soon, as she is chucking in even more gadgets. It's the Ash of Emos peeking in. But it's even more defenders dedicated to this area, as Ferns does have to get the Ash of Guard.
So close, Burns there, trying to get the better of multiple players. But he does as well. He takes it out, Tex Rolo. But he's got 4 players to deal with. He's got 1 of the 4. 3 remaining. They are all being pinged like mad, and he takes out Yase. 2 players remaining. It's the 2 hard breaches, Instinct and Sinnoh. Instinct going for the plant, only Hibana to cover. He hears the plant. He's not sure where the support is, but his position is given away by his frantic running. He takes even more damage, but still survives on virtually no health. He has to hit every single shot. He sees the Hibana. Can he finish the job? Oh, not quite. He ducks and weaves, but does not dance enough. He has danced his final jig, taken out at the end of the round by Sinnoh to seal the round. Another one for PG Tips on their attack. So close for LionsCreed. They certainly gave it a good try, but I think from the beginning of that round, it seemed, and it kept flowing in the favor of PG Tips.
Yes, they managed to turn it around. Pardon me. Turn it... Whoa. Sorry. Turn it around. Chuck in a few extra... my English.
They turned it around, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we need to know. They have brought it back to 4-4. And we are on Kids Dorms. LionsCreed. I can't recall. They did try this one already, and they succeeded. My brain's completely gone.
So, don't think so. No.
I can't remember.
It was a 2-4 split. I know that.
Suddenly forgotten absolutely everything that's happened.
LionsCreed
a lot of these
hasn't
sites do blend together. When you see Oregon every single day, over and over, they all blend. Of course, standout plays from individual players. We've seen, especially Yase, Karyudo, Verns, we've seen them pull out moments of brilliance, which make these games memorable, despite the fact that it's constantly, it's very similar in how it looks. Ooh, Karyudo going for a peek. They know to be a lot more ready this time. LionsCreed, they've been quite aggressive with these. I mean, both teams, I suppose, have been quite aggressive with a couple of peeks here and there. Not netting anything this time, though, the Jaeger. He's going to have to play a bit more patiently and see if he can pick anyone off on his potential roam, currently sitting in Armory.
And a very aggressive position. It's high risk, high reward place to sit in, especially when a nomad with a couple of flashbangs, a couple of those heat cannons is hanging on your window. And well, even the Ash could blow up the floor from below and try and get rid of this Jaeger as fast as possible. He knows better and he just falls back. He gets thrown as well. And now will most likely meet the Ash first.
The Ash, the first man to fall. Not ideal for those attackers, as they mostly still sitting outside, just figuring out exactly where they want to go, how they want to attack this. And Verns is going to note that and go for an aggressive move as he opens the door. Sinnoh realizes, you know what, he's probably going to come from that area. I will take him out. And he does, straight away, equalizing the man count. Little bit, it was a smart play from Verns in some ways, but he just didn't expect someone to be watching that close.
Once again, we see that Gemini moving in, trying to get as much intel as possible. Encryption does manage to get 1 kill before shutting down that Gemini. And now it's LionsCreed back in the advantage in man count. And they do still have a lot of control on the site.
Ooh, Noodle gets a kill and a double! A lovely bit of play with the MPX from him to give his team a strong advantage even further. 1 is struck back from PG Tips, but it's really not enough. A 1 versus 3 now for Yase to deal with. I've been heaping praise on this man. He's going to have to keep a cool head in a very, very tense situation. He is receiving fire from virtually every direction. Does he see the player through the wall? He does. He takes the shot onto encryptions, but he takes a shot in return from Carry Udo. Another wonderful defense coming out here on Oregon. And LionsCreed this time in favor. That was a very late air jab sound.
Yep.
In the game, it had finished. And Laundry will be reattempted here by LionsCreed.
I think the funniest thing about that round was that it ended the way it started, with Nomads fighting the Jaeger in Army.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone full circle. And I think the Jaeger has started in Armory, went down to lobby, White Stairs, back into Wolf, and ended up back in Armory, which I think is beautiful.
I think it shows how consistent Yase has been throughout this game. He is very much impressed here for PG Tips. PG Tips in general, there's the grandfather clock, which indicates time for an eBack pun. So PG Tips, much per their namesake, they've been sipping their tea, their PG Tips. We are not sponsored. And they've been soothed, they've been relaxed, and it's coming across pretty well on a lot of their attacks. Obviously not successful there, but they seem to have cooled down, and they're taking... Their mental game seems to be a lot stronger on Oregon compared to Cafe. They're not really struggling as much as they were. Of course, still a round down. They've got a lot to do from this position to take the win.
5 seconds remaining.
Yes, well, they're, like you say, it's only 1 round. I mean, they've so far won 2 attack rounds and only lost 1. So, continuing that trend, it would be a draw. Which on Oregon wouldn't be a surprise, but it does look like a
I mean, it is
style of
PG Tips as well, ex-Lexaro. It would not be a surprise at all. I mean, get your ECS bingo cards up. That certainly will be one that you can cross off rather quickly.
I hope so. I'm gonna go for the full card this season. So, Karyudo once again in a very aggressive position, trying to catch an attacker out. Doesn't manage to do so, but does manage to get 2 drones in return. He isn't fallen back completely yet, so he will be a nuisance for a little bit longer.
Ooh,
and
he's not alone.
Trades a bit of damage with the Hibana, but does manage to get away without losing his life. And now it's still up to the attack to get a solid hold. They do now eventually... Yeah, top of tower has been conquered by the Ash, and is moving down now as well.
Karyudo again, he's just getting so aggressive. This restless Jaeger trying desperately all around to get many kills. There are many players lining up for him in meeting. Here's the first, it's Nomad. He is ready for that supporting player to peek around, and he gets some serious damage off. Not quite enough to seal the kill. He could head downstairs, but why would he? He goes upstairs.
Ferns, meanwhile, on the other side of the map, does manage to catch Textrola off guard, which only leaves the attack with 3 members.
And they haven't cleared the roam at all either. They haven't managed to take the top floor, the bottom floor. They have taken very little ground. They've moved into rear stage, and that is about it. 2 hard breaches remaining and the Ash. So they've got the ability to open some angles. They've got to use them, and with the man disadvantage, those angles almost not favoring them particularly. As I say that, the Jaeger uses the angle to get a double kill, and Noodle finishes the job onto Emos, getting a lovely triple. It's a trade, sorry, not a triple. It's a triple for the Jaeger that round. A fantastic performance from him, but very little offered for PG Tips. From that round, that's a bit disappointing, really, putting LionsCreed onto match point. They could take all 6 points here today.
And what a start of a season that will be, especially in Major Division, where the most spots are available for the finals. You can secure yourself an early spot by, how do you say it? If you get into the points early, then you can relax a bit in the end. Then it wouldn't be down to the final Playday, which gives a lot of freedom to try out different things instead of going max power all the way.
Right. So the Major Division this season: Glitch Tech, Karlstad Kings, Jaegers Esports Academy, PG Tips here against LionsCreed, of course, Skittle.jpg, I really don't like that name, Arctic, and AYB Esports. Reading through those names in Major Division, I'm worried because I can't call any of those games very easily. Even some of the lower teams like Arctic coming up from Contenders, you imagine a team, coming up from a lower division, they'll be one of the weaker teams. They are a very strong team. They should not be underrated whatsoever. Of course, getting to the final against the very team we see here, LionsCreed, in the first season. And now here in Season 3, they made it all the way to the top division. They're going to compete strongly. AYB Esports, formerly known as X-Imens. So they are XX-Imens, I think now, is maybe how you would call it. Or maybe it's X-Imens X, to split it up a bit. Regardless, during their game, their relegation off match, their playoff match against Team Suspect, they looked incredible. They have an almost entirely new lineup to what we saw last season, and I think they could compete right up at the top of this division as well. So it's going to be so tight, and getting these points, as you say, for LionsCreed here today, 6 points will be huge against a strong opposition in PG Tips. Of course, not all over.
No, I mean, we do have 7 Playdays on the top of my head. So there's still very much to play for. And, well, Encryptions is very early to the party to try and secure those 6 points today. Gets the opening kill to Emos. That's a very big amount of utility to get rid of.
It is the first step on the long journey that is this round, and it got even longer. Take a step back, Verns. Shut down by Yase yet again. Lethal on the Nomad today on these attacks. Can they convert it to a win? They have to take this round as match point is against them. Noodle trying to contest some long angles across from Trophy. Doesn't manage to net much. He takes a little bit of damage onto Textrola.
And those little bits could, in the end, be the decision. And it is, as he's finished off by the Jaeger, who I think is in dorm somewhere. But it's Noodle. A double headshot to seal the deal.
Well, the deal is almost sealed. Onto Instinct, the final player who his position is well known, and there's so many players all around him. Can he survive? He's being pushed from above and below. He's backing off into the corner. They're going aggressive LionsCreed. He gets one. He can't get the second. Encryptions finishes the job indeed. That journey I was talking about, a lot shorter now. The journey is done. They're there. 6 points. I mean, I'll say they're there to PG Tips as words of comfort because they are the losing team here today. All 6 points taken away from them. Nothing netted for their efforts, which were mixed. But ultimately, I think they can take a lot of positives from this game as well, PG Tips.
Yes, totally. They had some amazing rounds. They won some rounds they didn't deserve to win, and vice versa. It, I think, was closer than it actually says on the scoreline. I think this could have been a draw if it weren't for a couple of rounds that, well, when you have Ferns just jumping into windows, peeking around corners, and doing some wonder at the end.
Yeah, some magical moments. 2 aces coming out from LionsCreed here today. And not just that, but incredibly versatile play. They look like the same LionsCreed with a very different lineup. There are quite a few different players here and there for their lineup. And you almost wouldn't notice that they are even missing Steno as well, who, of course, doing very well in terms of a fragging player, gets a lot of kills. But they didn't even really need him that game. So great job to LionsCreed. I think they are a force to be reckoned with this season. PG Tips. I'm trying to think how they can build on this for the rest of the season, because obviously just at the end of that round there, I was talking about all the teams within this division and how difficult it's going to be to get a single win for any one team. And think about also, to add fuel to the fire, last season's major division and how tight it was. I'm sure you all remember with just horror how close that was throughout the whole season, and the final Playday being like the relegating blow for Team Validus, and like free up Tom leaping up to the top very dramatically at the end. This time I can't see it being much different because of how close the teams are in quality, and we really saw that today despite some of the scorelines looking rather harsh towards PG Tips.
Yes, I completely agree with that. I do say so. I do say, though, that I hope that Lexaro, or PG Tips as they're known now, at least draw once. Because I have actually got my bingo card here, which I, during observing, always have next to me. And Lexaro draw, I don't know if
what have you crossed off already?
Map 1 Oregon, of course. It was a free one. And I think
it's pretty free, that. I should do that as well.
So, let's hope for at least one draw.
I can't believe you printed that.
Yeah, of course.
Dear me, do check that out. I believe it was on the ECS Twitter at some point. It was also on mine, which you can see the link to just there, ebac_clashmane. I posted a bingo card for things to expect from this season. Of course, I didn't expect Lexaro to change their name, so a little bit outdated in that sense, but. Wait, there we go.
I got one question for you, actually, about the bingo card.
Do you?
Yeah. I don't know if you can see, but Tom is freed up is one of the names. I think they've rebranded now.
They have rebranded. I don't believe Tom is necessarily free. We'll have to ask Kenny next time he's around and see. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, get your bingo cards printed out, ready to use next time. Tomorrow, some very exciting games coming up for you. I can't wait to be there. I will be there for one of them. I can't remember which one, so I won't say. For now, I have been Ebac, and this has been Noah. It's lovely to cast with you today.
Thank you.
First time for ECS?
Yes.
So why don't you sign us off, Noah, in wonderful fashion?
I want to thank everyone once again for
Dutch.
watching. In Dutch. Oké, nou, of course. Tuurlijk, kan. Dank jullie wel allemaal voor kijken. Nou, we hebben 2 geweldige matches gezien. Café, Oregon. Eerst heb ik geobserved.
My Dutch is so good, I understood that. You said Café in Oregon.
Oké. Mijn collega hier, Ebac, is geniaal geweest om een soort van te begeleiden hierin. Omdat ik best wel nieuw hierin ben. En dus enorm bedanken voor hem. Ik wil Tudors enorm bedanken voor het laatste moment invallen als observer. Shiro als productie. En ik hoop jullie morgen allemaal weer te zien. En ik hoop dat ik dan vooral weer als observer meedoe. Tot morgen. See you tomorrow. And otherwise next time. Dutch is a beautiful language.
До свидания, спасибо.